Breaking news into the Fanfare news feed.
Hey guys, I'm here with Kash, getting ready to kick off this whole nomination process. You excited about it?
I'm very excited, sir.
One thing that we have to do is we got to reform the FBI. Not that necessarily the agents in the field, man, they do a phenomenal job. But what's going on in the 7th floor, the Hoover building? They've weaponized the FBI. And the guy to clean that up and give the FBI back focused on doing their job, and that's to keep Americans safe and look at for American interests, that's Kash. Kash, you got anything you want to say?
Senator, I'm humbled and honored by your support, and I look forward to the advice and consent process to earn the trust and confidence of your colleagues and restore truth and transparency of the FBI.
It's almost like you had to rehearse. That is like perfect. Good guys. Good to see you all.
All right, so the news is that Kash Patel will be put forward tomorrow. Not sure the time yet. So let me explain what put through is. Because it's really important, because some people don't understand the complicated process that it is. As you can see here, Kash Patel faces his first procedural confirmation vote, which should happen, everyone is saying, tomorrow. Should happen tomorrow. And notice what it said. It said first procedural confirmation vote. That's very important. Second thing is, breaking news, Senate Democrats are planning on tanking the cloture vote on Kash Patel tomorrow to stall his confirmation. All right, so let's get into this. The process, which you guys have been following quite closely, goes from the nomination to the committee hearing. Then once you have the committee hearing, you're voted out of committee, and your nomination is now sent to the entire Senate floor. That's where we are right now. So tomorrow what's due to happen is to close debate, cloture, to stop talking about whether or not he should be the FBI director and get to the actual vote. So tomorrow, whenever it happens, if it happens, because they're going to pitch a fit, they will have a cloture vote. The cloture vote is merely to say, enough with the discussion, enough with all the blah, 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 blah. We're going to vote. That's the idea behind it. So tomorrow you may see a 53 to 47. You may see a 52 to 48, depending on what Mitch McConnell wants to do. But more than likely, they will vote to invoke cloture. We're done talking. Now it's time to get to the nitty-gritty. Depending upon what kind of theatrics the Democrats do tomorrow. So make sure you bring your popcorn. If it's televised, I don't know how much notice I would have. But of course, if it's televised, I'll try to cover it so we can see all the hootenanny stuff that these people do. Then, if he goes through cloture, if tomorrow that happens the way we expect it to, don't hold me to it, because who knows what these Democrats are going to do, then they'll have to wait 24 to 30 hours to actually have the final vote. So let's play a game here. Let's say tomorrow somehow the Democrats can't do what they want to do, whatever dog and pony show they have planned, and by, I don't know, noon tomorrow, they have voted to invoke cloture. So let's say noon tomorrow. That would be Tuesday, right? Is it Tuesday? Wednesday. Yeah, today's Monday. All right, so on Tuesday, they would have invoked cloture, C-L-O-T-U-R-E. Then 24 hours would mean 12 o'clock on Wednesday. If they go 30, it would be 6 o'clock on Wednesday. These things are very much in a time-based procedure, and you can't really go over that. They may go under, but I doubt the Democrats will cede 1 second. They will push this to the very end, to the very limit, to make sure that they cause as much of a problem and are heard as much as possible. So it's possible by Wednesday at 6 p.m. he could be confirmed. Maybe as late as Thursday at 6 p.m. But he will indeed be confirmed this week. The votes are there. You heard last week, we talked to a couple people. It's in. It's a foregone conclusion. He will be confirmed. The only thing right now is which day. Whether it's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, even Saturday. They're going to try everything. Bring all the extra popcorn you have, because they're going to throw everything at this guy. From all sources that I've read and people I've talked to, they're pitching a fit at the FBI. I mean, absolutely just pitching a fit. They do not want this guy confirmed for obvious reason. For obvious reason. And so, Pam Bondi's been awful quiet. She came out, she did that one press conference, dropped those lawsuits, and then she has basically gone back into the DOJ and not a peep. Haven't heard much from her. She needs Kash Patel. So, it's countdown. We're in the final countdown at this point. It's just a matter of days. He will be confirmed. You just have to just wait. Just wait like everybody else. It won't be pretty tomorrow. Whatever they got planned, they will be screaming. They will be stomping their feet. They will be saying anything they possibly can, as they have been, going to every television station that will put them on. Kash Patel, Kash Patel, Kash Patel, loyalist, conspiracy. Oh, yes, yeah, we've heard it. Doesn't matter. I don't know if you've been following the news, Democrats. It won't matter. No one can stop what is coming. It is happening. It is for sure. All right, so we got that out of the way. Hopefully everybody doesn't have any questions about that, because that's all we have at this point. It is what it is. All right, so I got a couple of things I want to cover. And one of them is what happened with J.D. Vance over, the weekend out in Munich. And I showed you the video yesterday. Days just fly. I didn't do a video. I showed the video on Saturday of J.D. Vance talking over in Europe. But this thing is just ballooning into just one horrible mess. And it's all about free speech. And I've told you, I'm convinced at this point, we never had free speech. We had the illusion of free speech. We thought we had free speech. But given the fact that CBS, ABC, and NBC were the only news networks, that was it. There was no 24/7 news channel when we grew up. You got it at 6:30 and 11, and that's it. And then you got your local newspaper and your local news. There was no free speech. We were told what to think. It was ingrained in our mind. And so now JD went over to Munich and he shook these people to their very core. So to remind you what he said, let's listen to what J.D. Vance said over there.
And unfortunately, when I look at Europe today, it's sometimes not so clear what happened to some of the Cold War's winners. I look to Brussels, where EU commissars warn citizens that they intend to shut down social media during times of civil unrest the moment they spot what they've judged to be, quote, hateful content. Or to this very country, where police have carried out raids against citizens suspected of posting anti-feminist comments online as part of, quote, combating misogyny on the internet, a day of action.
All right, so what he's talking about is people have begun getting arrested in Germany. He said this very country, getting arrested in Germany for posting memes. Actually, even if you like a meme, even if you weren't the meme creator, if you shared a post that they don't like, they're putting you in jail. And so the reason why this thing all bubbled up again was last night on 60 Minutes. It was almost like watching a Hitlerian propaganda news report. They had people on television explaining, and I can't show it to you due to copyright, it's all over X, explaining how, yeah, that's what we do here. We lock you up. I mean, the lady on 60 Minutes, she said, do you really put people in jail for doing this? You're like, yeah, they do it. We do it. We're going to lock you up if we don't like what you say on social media. And if that wasn't bad enough, then they went on a couple raids. They followed the cops in Germany, kicking in doors and arresting people for memes. And so J.D. Vance's speech took on a whole new meaning because people saw it last night in real time. They were able to see people go on raids and watch people get arrested. People here in America who tuned into 60 Minutes last night. If you got a DVR or you can find it, you'll see it everywhere. And they were happy and joyous that this was the way they were conducting business. But J.D. Vance's speech has caused all kinds of problems here. In addition to over in Europe, the people here, the libnuts, they're freaking out as well. Let's continue.
I look to Sweden, where 2 weeks ago the government convicted a Christian activist for participating in Koran burnings that resulted in his friend's murder. And as the judge in his case chillingly noted, Sweden's laws to supposedly protect free expression do not, in fact, grant, and I'm quoting, a free pass to do or say anything without risking offending the group that holds that belief. And perhaps most concerningly, I look to our very dear friends, the United Kingdom, where the backslide away from conscience rights has placed the basic liberties of religious Britons in particular in the crosshairs. A little over 2 years ago, the British government charged Adam Smith Connor, a 51-year-old physiotherapist and an Army veteran, with the heinous crime of standing 50 meters from an abortion clinic and silently praying for 3 minutes.
Now, I talked to you about that. I'm not going to go through that whole thing again, but just want to put an underscore to that. People were arrested for praying silently outside of abortion clinic. And now he's going to also talk to you about someone who was arrested in their home because they were praying inside of their house or possibly thinking about praying inside of their house.
Not obstructing anyone, not interacting with anyone, just silently praying on his own. And after British law enforcement spotted him and demanded to know what he was praying for, Adam replied simply, it was on behalf of the unborn son he and his former girlfriend had aborted years before. Now, the officers were not moved. Adam was found guilty of breaking the government's new buffer zones law, which criminalizes silent prayer and other actions that could influence a person's decision within 200 meters of an abortion facility. He was sentenced to pay thousands of pounds in legal costs to the prosecution. Now, I wish I could say that this was a fluke, a one-off crazy example of a badly written law being enacted against a single person. But no, this last October, just a few months ago, the Scottish government began distributing letters to citizens whose houses lay within so-called safe access zones, warning them that even private prayer within their own homes may amount to breaking the law.
Now understand that. Those of you who are Christian, myself, the simple act of our Father who art in heaven in your own home can have you arrested in Europe. So here's J.D. Vance out there speaking in Munich, Germany, and calling these people out to their faces and letting them know we are not the Biden administration. We are not Kamala and Dementia Joe. We are not going to stand for this. If we have to be the last bastion of free speech in the world, that's exactly what we're going to be. And we are not going to allow you to do this even to your own citizens. How are you going to do that? Well, there's only one way we can make sure that we impose our will on these other countries. Well, actually, there's two ways. We could invade them, but we don't want to do that. And the other one is no more of this. That's what they're really afraid of. What do you mean, no more money? That's it. No more money. So this became very, very impactful when you hear this speech and now you knowing what's happening with Doge and where all this money was going. I'm guarantee you there's a whole bunch of people in that audience who were getting your money. Those people right there, all European leaders, They were happily taking your money. There is no possible way all of this money that we've seen Doge find out is missing or spent didn't land in the coffers of some of these people. And so J.D. Vance was issuing a very, very strong message. We're not going to take it anymore. I think he actually says the words, there's a new sheriff in town, which there is. And he's kicking butt, taking names, and we're not going to come invade you. That's not what we're going to do. We're just going to stop feeding you. Feed yourselves. Do what you need to do. If you want to be this kind of a country, we got nothing to do with you. We want nothing to do with helping you imprison people for praying in their house or silently praying to themselves outside. That's not where our funds are going. And it hit like a smack across the face.
The government urged readers to report any fellow citizens suspected guilty of thought crime. In Britain and across Europe, free speech, I fear, is in retreat.
This is why I cannot just ignore what we heard before. I cannot not comment on the speech we heard by the U.S. Vice.
Now, this is one of the yuckity mucks over in Europe, and he decides he's got a comment. Let you know, I got a problem with what J.D. Vance just said. You take our money, but you have a problem with what our vice president laid out. I don't care if you have a problem or not. Here's the deal. You're not getting any more money if you're going to treat people like this.
President. We fight for your right to be against us. That is the motto, one of the mottos of the Bundeswehr, and it stands for our democracy. This democracy that was just called into question by the US Vice President, and not just the German democracy, but Europe as a whole.
You're throwing that word around a lot. And yes, he did call it into question, because I'm pretty sure you don't know the definition of democracy. You're indeed like many politicians here in the United States. You think you know democracy, but what you're trying to tell people is you're going to instill Marxism, if not full-on communism. There's nothing democratic about telling people they're not allowed to pray in their homes. So what you're seeing playing out is exactly what I said earlier about we never had free speech. And unfortunately for those people over there in Europe, they're realizing right now, you have free speech according to how much we are going to allow you to have. It's a big difference. We are now telling you, don't go outside this box. Hey, don't say anything bad about the government. Oh, don't say anything about the things we want to see happen. Otherwise, we're going to have to put you in a gulag, even if it's inside your own home. So understand, these people in Europe weren't doing anything different than what was being planned for you right here. That's why they're caught with their pants down. It's like, oh crap, Trump's in. He's not gonna do this stuff, is he? Nope. Oh man, how did you guys mess this up? We couldn't do it without you. Just the mere fact that Donald Trump was elected has caused these people to completely freak out because their world domination plan just circling the bowl right now. They had it all planned out. You were going to have to not say anything. You've seen the Twitter files. You've seen what happened on Facebook and here as well. The idea was to keep turning the spigot until they would determine what you would be allowed to say and when you'd be allowed to say it and where you'd be allowed to say it, even in your own home, which I don't even know how they could possibly enforce that. Oh, that's right. They had neighbors in Europe who were calling people and saying, looks like they're kneeling down. Yeah, they got that book out again. Yep. Oh, I just saw somebody do the sign of the cross. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you need to get over here real quick. They were telling neighbors to snitch on each other if you saw people praying. That's not democracy. That's specifically communism. When you tell people they are not even free to pray in their own homes, there ain't nothing in democracy that says that that's okay. So they're seeing it slip away because the only way they could have their way was for the United States to play along as well. And oh no, J.D. Vance went over there and gave him the lip fur.
He spoke of the annulment of democracy, and if I understood him correctly, he compares the condition of Europe with the condition that prevails in some authoritarian regimes. Ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, you understood him correctly. What didn't you understand? He's comparing us to what happens in some autocratic regime. Well, an autocratic regime would tell people they can't pray in their homes. That's exactly what you're doing. And you're giving a speech to the other muckety-mucks in the audience who believe what you have to say. Oh, we're not autocrats to the world. It's once you turn off the cameras, yeah, we're autocrats. No, we're actually further than that. You're basically Hitlerian.
This is not acceptable.
Das ist nicht akzeptabel.
So I can't play the FAFO video because the guys put it under copyright, but this would be a good time to play it. This is not acceptable, not in this country. Who gives a crap? I don't care what you feel is acceptable or not. J.D. Vance told you how it was. Don't like it? FAFO. It's that simple. If you want to treat your population like gerbils, that's up to you. We're not playing along. And we're taking our wallets with us when we leave. And so that's kind of painful. It's going to probably cause people to cry.
This is not acceptable. This is not the Europe, not the democracy where I live and where I conduct my election campaign right now. And this is not the democracy that I witness every day in our parliament. In our democracy, every opinion has a voice. And it makes it possible for parties that are partly extremist, such as the AfD, and they can campaign just as any other party. This is democracy.
I'm pretty sure the people who got arrested that 60 Minutes showed on television here in America would beg to differ. See, everything you just mentioned about it not being acceptable, you're talking about people in government. There's no people, from the streets in that meeting. So you guys can say whatever you want. You guys can do whatever you want. But if people outside that building decided to protest or, God forbid, pray, oh, you can't do that here.
And if the Vice President had the opportunity to switch on his TV set when he arrived yesterday, he would have seen one of those candidates in primetime TV. By the way, we even admit media that spread Russian propaganda, and the representatives of the federal government answer their questions. Nobody is excluded. But democracy does not mean that a vociferous minority will automatically be right, and they cannot decide what truth is. It does not mean that anyone can say anything, and democracy must be able to defend itself against extremism.
Who defines what truth is? You see, the people. You're not allowed to define what truth is. His words, not mine. Who gets to define what truth is? Truth should define itself. If things are happening and people take a picture and they say, here's what's happening, that is truth. And even if they get it wrong, even if they call a horse a goat, that does not mean you should put them in jail. Or if they say, I don't like that horse because I like a different breed of horse, they shouldn't go to jail. Why are the police driving, Fords instead of Mercedes? They shouldn't go to jail. It's called an opinion. You may not like my opinion, but it's still my opinion. You remember the old saying, when people try to be tough, if I want to know what you're thinking, I tell you what to say. Well, that's what they're doing. They are giving you your opinion. You are no longer allowed to even question what's actually happening.
That try to destroy it. I am happy to live in Europe where this democracy is defended every day against its internal and external enemies.
Deswegen trete ich dem Eindruck,
and therefore,
Präsident Vance
I would like to explicitly contradict and oppose the impression that Vice President Vance suggested here that our democracies oppress and silence minorities.
Now, this is where I would have inserted the 60-minute video. Because he said, I'd like to challenge what J.D. Vance said, Vice President Vance, when he said that, we don't do what we're supposed to do with people. They can have alternate opinions. Well, if he didn't know, he could tune on 60 Minutes if he's got satellite TV or something, and he can see his own police forces locking people up. I could not believe, I watched it, and I'm sitting here going, they are really locking these people up because they posted a meme. A meme. I guess the whole sticks and stones thing doesn't compute in Europe. Because it can break your government. That's what you're saying. And as he's saying this and people are clapping, while he's saying this, more than likely, depending on the time zone, that show was running on 60 Minutes. Showing them locking people up. And I'm thinking to myself, does this guy not even know?
We not only know against whom we defend our countries, but also what we defend it for. It's for democracy, for freedom of opinion, for the rule of law, and the dignity of each and every one, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, but unlike the Vice President, I would also like to focus my speech on the most pressing questions of European and transatlantic security. The last days have confirmed what many had speculated for months. The United States are pushing for a quick peace settlement between Russia and Ukraine, and they expect Europe to take the lead in securing any agreement that follows.
Finally, you got to what's really bothering you. The fact that Secretary Rubio, Steve Witkoff, and Mike Waltz are all over in Saudi Arabia talking to the Russian team that's trying to negotiate, and you're freaking out because two things. One, you're not invited to the party, and number two, when it is negotiated, y'all gonna have to pay for it. It all comes down to this. Both sides. They want the war to keep going, and if it does stop, they don't want to be saddled with, the enforcement, the protection. We need America to come. Oh no, you told us our values aren't what you want, so you don't get the green. It's over. You're done. We got a whole ocean between us. Y'all figure it out. And then this guy gets up there and does this.
After the speech of Vice President Vance on Friday, we have to fear that our common value base is not that common anymore. I'm very grateful to all those European politicians that spoke out and reaffirmed the values and principles that they are defending. No one did this better than President Zelensky. Let me conclude, and this becomes difficult.
Okay, some people are saying that he was crying because he was ending the term of his whatever. Other people are saying he was crying because he realized that America indeed doesn't have the same values. We don't anymore have the same values. Maybe that is something you need to cry about. You have completely ostracized America. We no longer look at you people the same way. And I did say, you people. I say with all due respect, you people are whacked. And you can't expect America to absorb and embrace your Hitlerian values. Everything these people did for the last 8 years was to call Trump an autocrat and say Trump was a dictator and say Trump was Adolf. When you are actually like that. You are the ones who are telling people you can't even pray in your house. We're going to root you out. And we saw it. God, I hope you guys can bring it up. You can actually watch them going into people's homes and rooting them out. Because they made the huge anti-democratic statement of praying in their own homes. And one of them had to get dragged out because they posted a meme.
I'd like first, sir, to get your response to Vice President J.D. Vance's speech at the conference there yesterday, where he berated European leaders on a whole host of issues.
So he didn't say anything negative about Adam Schiff. He didn't say anything negative about our media. He said, you people who won't allow people to pray at home and don't have the same values as we do, because you said we don't, because we do want free speech. It's amazing how our media jumped all over J.D. Vance. I mean, it's not surprising. We all expect this group of media and politicians to be anything but America first. But this was just pathetic.
What do his comments reveal about the Trump administration and our commitment to NATO?
They were really shocking and so disappointing when what I think our allies needed to hear was a renewed commitment by America to NATO, to our European partners, a willingness to stand up to the Kremlin and make sure that we provide Ukraine with all of the help that it needs to fight this war of aggression by Russia. But instead, what Europe got was a lecturing, a condescension, a demeaning speech that really I think just attacked our allies. It was greeted, I think, enthusiastically in one place, and that was the Kremlin. Exactly the wrong message right now.
Well, he was standing in a country where free speech was weaponized to conduct a genocide.
Okay. So CBS, if they haven't stepped in it enough, they're already facing, a $50 billion lawsuit to Trump? I mean, it's that bad. Margaret Brennan, again, she must have the earpiece in, and they say, listen, you're good looking, go out there and spew some crap, and hopefully, some people will listen. She gets up here, and I don't want you to miss this. I'm not even going to interrupt it. She says that Hitler was for free speech. It actually comes out of her mouth that a man who was trying to do world domination and all the things he did, he was free speech. Listen to this.
And he met with the head of a political party that has far-right views and some historic ties to extreme groups. The context of that was changing the tone of it. And you know that the censorship was specifically about the right.
No, I have to disagree with you. Free speech was not used to conduct a genocide. The genocide was conducted by an authoritarian Nazi regime that happened to also be genocidal because they hated Jews and they hated minorities and they hated those that they had a list of people they hated, but primarily the Jews. There was no free speech in Nazi Germany. There was none. There was also no opposition in Nazi Germany. They were a sole and only party that governed that country. So that's not an accurate reflection of history.
I'm convinced at this point that the people who watch these network news shows are breathing, pooping, face-stuffing morons. You know the whole thing, the saying, you better know your history because it's coming back again. This woman's on a national news network, and she just said that the Third Reich was all about free speech. You mean free speech where, you're free to say something long as we like it, otherwise we'll beat you to a pulp. We'll have the brown shirts come out and kick you to death. Now you know what to say, right? Yeah. Now that you know what to say, you're allowed to say it. My wife watches a ton of these black and white movies from the 30s and 40s. Many of you have probably seen Casablanca. You remember the scene where they walk in, the Nazis come in, and people are having fun in the club, and the Nazis start singing their song. And the other people start singing their song. And it became a problem, and you couldn't leave the country unless you had your papers. Papers, please. Oh, your free speech just didn't have free travel. And they shot a guy because he had some fake papers or something. That's at the beginning of the movie. And you just saw this throughout that entire Adolf regime. There was no free speech. What the hell school did she go to? These people were annihilated, mutilated, and had everything done to them if you did not do what he wanted you to do. Free speech in Germany in the 39? Are you flipping insane? The response was immediate. This is Jonathan Turley. Not only did CBS's Margaret Brennan suggest that free speech caused the Holocaust, but Representative Seth Moulton seemed to double down on the point. Moulton accused Vance of using some of the same language that Hitler used to justify the Holocaust. These people have nothing but lies and gaslighting, and they're hoping that more and more people are either too stupid or don't have the ability to understand what happened back then. And so now they are saying, and there's a reason they're saying it, they are saying that free speech caused the Holocaust. That free speech Adolf was a free speech kind of guy. Because that's going to be their next narrative. Hey, you MAGA people who like free speech, you know what? Here it comes again. I'm telling you, it's coming again with Elon Musk and Twitter and everything else. All this is about free speech, just like it was in 1939. What? It's coming. I'm telling you right now, there's no possible way that Margaret Brennan could have said what she said on 60 Minutes after watching them round people up and say that, J.D. Vance was advocating for that. She actually said that. You just heard her. You just heard her say that. It's incredible. Elon caught Natalie Witters, who works with Steve Bannon, the non-political USAID employee 60 Minutes used to attack Trump, has a personal blog where she called Trump, wait for it, the reincarnation of Mussolini and Hitler, and said she wanted to eliminate his supporters. That's who 60 Minutes had on last night. And I guess they don't think people are going to dig. You would think the 60 Minutes producers would say, listen, let's find out what these people are all about before we put them on the network. I mean, I have to do it with Ashley before we bring a guest on. Hey, listen, is there anything in their profile that's going to piss off our audience? Okay, maybe we might want to wait or see what happens. Exclusive, the non-political, that's what she called herself, USAID employee who was fired, that 60 Minutes used to attack Trump, has a personal blog where she called Trump a reincarnation of Mussolini and Hitler and wants to eliminate his supporters. That would be you. That would be me. She wants to see us eliminated. Let's continue in this. In a July 2016 piece, still not Trump though, she declares it must not be Trump and that she is absolutely unfit, absolutely unfit to run our country. He reminds me of a reincarnation of Adolf and a genocidal maniac, if not a pre-war Milosevic, but without the breaking country to add. She then calls to eliminate his supporters, smearing them as all You, racist, sexist, misogynist, homophobic, xenophobic, all the rest of them, big deplorables that we are. If your argument to support Trump is that he says it's like it is, or some other stuff makes sense, he says what everyone else is afraid to say, congratulations, you're probably a racist, or a sexist, or a misogynist, or homophobic, or a classist, or ableist, or something and put IST at the end of it. It's exhausting, these people. You represent the problem we are trying to eliminate. You represent the privilege we keep talking about. That was a guest on 60 Minutes yesterday. They did no homework. They did no homework to find out this woman was spewing the very kind of, quote, hate that they say is problematic. But it's not problematic when you're talking about Trump and Trump supporters. And because of that, we are basically going to create a new Holocaust because we're so much like Adolf. I don't know what's happened. On a single Sunday, okay, this happened yesterday, a single Sunday, CBS News managed to blame weaponized free speech for the Holocaust, glorify German authorities conducting pre-dawn raids on citizens over social media posts, run an interview with former USAID head Samantha Power's radical left-wing speechwriter to propagandize against USAID corruption, and CBS News may have overtaken MSNBC and CNN as the premier anti-American DNC propaganda outlet in all of the United States, across the land. In one day. They did all that in one day. J.D. Vance broke these people. And he broke the people in Europe who were attending that event. Broke them in half. And they don't know what to do at this point. And they're leaning on the people that used to help them to continue fixing. Do something. Do something with this guy and his boss. We had it all set up. You guys were supposed to get it done. And now look. Look at you now. Man. People are posting things like this. So wait a minute. Germany is arresting people for social media posts again, and CBS is cheering them on? Yes. Again, if you haven't seen it, I'm sure you can find it on X, with them actually embedded with the police, go and arrest people for posting stuff on social media. And yet, we're the bad people. J.D. Vance's message was bad. That's what they said. Oh, 2025, I did not have that on my bingo card, that me and you would be akin to people who want to renew the Holocaust. That's us. That just doesn't make any sense. How much did they sell their souls? At this point, I think even she went to like a big school in Mass, a private school, Wesley or something. She went to a school in, not an Ivy, but almost Ivy League school. She's an intelligent woman. But ever since the debate with J.D. Vance, she's had a bug up her butt because he spanked her there, and he keeps spanking her. And to the point where she just wants to try anything she can do to take him down. Margaret Brennan, let me see where she went to school. Because, like I said, she is not a stupid woman by any means. So she's following orders for sure. She's from Stamford, Connecticut, so she's obviously, got some money. Her family did. She went to University of Virginia, so she went to UVA. She's also married to another guy involved in this thing. Let me see where it is. Because I remember looking that up as well. She's married to Yado Yakub, a Syrian-American attorney who is a judge advocate in the United States Marine Corps. Margaret, your UVA education, You have it all, and you're looking stupid lately. I mean, ever since the vice presidential debate, it's looking bad for you. It's really looking bad for you. And now you're selling out and gaslighting America by saying we are like building a Holocaust. Let me take a few comments. The only thing to change in Germany was the leadership since World War II. Yeah, she doesn't sound bright, but she's doing something for someone. That's for sure. She's a Democrat bot. Yeah, that sounds like a kid's cartoon. You won't have the truth about Shapiro because, like Newsom, he's a golden child. Who? Not sure who you meant. Doesn't matter. I can't put that up. Just because someone goes to college doesn't mean they're smart. Life makes you smart. No, I'm saying she's not a stupid person. I'm never gonna say someone who's got even that kind of, it may not have street smarts, but she's not stupid. And she's had a career at CBS. So now, for some reason, she's completely leveraged her career to the point where she is no longer marketable. You're a buffoon. You threw everything away to be a Democrat nut. Crazy. Time to pull. Time to pull their licenses. And this is the same company that Trump is suing for 50 million. Is it 50 million? I don't think it's billions. 50 something. Big numbers. Same company. And they're doing stuff like this. With Marco Rubio, let me see if I can find out what the actual number is. CBS lawsuit, Trump. How much is it? Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's 20 billion. Trump is suing CBS for $20 billion. And that's how you act? He's going to kill you. He's going to fry you people. $20 billion. It's like they don't know what the hell is going on. Man, oh man. Sound like the return of the Fourth Reich. Yeah, they're terrified over there. And here's why they're terrified. I'm going to tell you. CBS won't survive Trump and Elon. I don't think so. All right, so we're finding out hourly more and more money being stolen from Americans and where it's going. So this came out from the Gateway Pundit about an hour ago. Doge reveals, okay, see that number? I mean, the numbers at this point, you just shake your head. Numbers come out and it's unfathomable. It's hard for Americans just to, like, what did you just say? $4.7 trillion of taxpayer money went into a government black hole and is untraceable. I mean, at this point, we can't be forced to pay income tax anymore. Enough's enough, man. I mean, this went up at 7:48 p.m. Just tonight. $4 trillion up in smoke. $4 trillion. Let me show this article to you so you can see it. Doge reveals $4.7 trillion of taxpayer money went into government black hole and is untraceable. This is why all hands on deck to stop Elon Musk's Doge team. On Monday, Elon Musk's Doge team revealed the federal government didn't trace $4.7 trillion in payments. $4.7 trillion in payments were left blank, making it impossible to trace. They don't even know where it went. Remember Wally the Nigerian just rubber stamping stuff? Don't even ask any questions. $4.7 trillion just went out the door, and nobody knows where it went. The Treasury Access Symbol, TAS, is an identification code linking a Treasury payment to a budget line item. Doge explained in a post on X. In the federal government, the TAS field was optional for over $4.7 trillion in payments and was often left blank, making traceability almost impossible. As of Saturday, this is now a required field, increasing insight to where money is actually going. The Treasury Access Symbol is an identification code linking a Treasury payment to a budget line item. In the federal government, the TAS field was optional for $4.7 trillion in payments and was often left blank. Let me just pull these two up so you can see these. Okay. See these better. The Treasury Access Symbol is an identification code links Treasury payment to a budget line item, which is something you do. In your house, you write a check for the electricity. It says electricity and probably has your account number on it. Hey, honey, I spent $100. I paid the light bill, and here's our account number. Okay, I can trace it. There's something called the TAS, the Treasury Access Symbol, which is an identification code that shows where it went. In the federal government, the TAS field was optional for $4.7 trillion in payments and was often left blank, making traceability almost impossible. As of Saturday, this is now a required field. Hold on with that. Increasing insight to where money is actually going. Like George Behezy goes, I can't even pretend to be shocked anymore. You can't even pretend to be shocked anymore. It's like, what else? 360-year-old people? 8 million or 4 million people who are age 140 years or older. More people getting Social Security payments than there are living in the United States. 4.7 trillion untraceable. Where the hell did all this money go? Untraceable. You don't think some of that landed in England or Germany or France? 4.7 trillion. The government will audit you, track every single dollar that you went into your bank account, and hunt you down to squeeze every last penny. But once they get a hold of your money, they chuck it into a black hole of their choice with little to no accountability. You see, one of the problems wrong with this is, as I show you this, maybe you've read it yourself, it becomes phantasmical. It can't even seem real to you that your government has been stealing this much money for this long. Where they had a system where they were doling out checks, wire transfers, with no tracking. Not a single way to figure out where this money's going. Like I told you the other day, if I spend $75 on something, I'm getting a tap on the shoulder. Hey, what's this? Oh, honey, that was blah, blah, blah. Did you write it down? No, I got the receipt, though. Whew, good thing I got the receipt. And they're just doling out trillions. Trillions. Don't ask. Pay everything, Wally. Don't not pay. That's your money. And every time we have one of these shows, I start talking about Doge, and I'm thinking I'm saying the same thing over and over and over and over again. They're stealing from us. And nobody wants to talk about it. Hey, Margaret, instead of talking about some fake free speech over it with Adolf, how about you talk about $4.7 trillion that we can't find? How about that? Hey, Caitlin, how about you talk about $4.7 trillion that we don't have any idea where it is? Is there no one in the media? No one who wants to say, oh yeah, that's kind of important, isn't it? We lost 4.7 trillion. No, that's just one entry. Forget the last 2 weeks. This is just something that popped up tonight. Let that sink in. And literally, I get up in the morning and I start looking for stuff I'm going to talk about. And I'm like, well, wonder what is it over yet? Is it done? No, it's not done. Here's some more. And then I realize, well, Benny might talk about it. Tim Pool might talk about it. I don't know. Dan Bongino might talk about it. What's CNN talking about? Oh, what? And I feel like I'm in a warp, like some sort of time zone, a time warp. We're all doing a time warp again. It doesn't make any sense. It tells you they're complicit. You can't. I almost swore. How the F do you forget to talk about $4.7 trillion? Breaking: Doge revealed that $4.7 trillion in federal payments was untraceable due to the, quote, optional use of the TAS. This is now made mandatory to limit theft. $4.7 trillion stolen from American taxpayers went into thin air. It's gone. Nobody's going to know. Nobody can trace it. We'll do it. We'll make sure it's in place from here on out. The very definition of taxation without representation. So, now that they've instituted this TAS system where we actually have to see where the money is going, do you think that might have to do something with these people over in Europe freaking the heck out? You know, the party's over. The party's over, and I took my kegger home with me. I'm not leaving it here so you guys can just drink as much beer as you want. I paid for this keg. The kegger is done. It's over. You're going to sober up real quick now because we're not paying this crap anymore. We're going to know where every single dime is. David Sachs, who is a crypto guy for Trump, 4.7 trillion in payments are now traceable. He adds, it's almost like the bureaucracy designed its accounting system to make it harder to track where the money is going. Now, why could that be? That's the question that you have to ask. That's the question that you should be proposing to so many people. Hey, did you hear about this 4.7 trillion? No? Oh, I bet you didn't, because you don't put it on MSNBC or CNN. Yeah, let me show you. You know this thing, Doge? Oh yeah, Doge, yeah, Elon Musk, they're breaking into stuff and they're going to steal our identity. All right, tell me when you stop being an idiot so I can tell you what's actually going on. They're counting on idiots. They're counting on people not paying attention. And then I saw something where some senator or congressman from one of the Massachusetts or New Hampshire said, don't forget, you can file early. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. They were encouraging people, yeah, hurry up, file early. You can use this direct file or whatever and file your taxes early. You don't have to wait till April 15th. Give us your money. Man, at some point, we got to be ready to start tossing stuff off the boat. No. 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 Tell me where that 4.7 trillion, because that's all you needed for the entire year. If you told me where that 4.7 trillion is, and we figured it out, and we give it back, then you wouldn't need a dime. 4.7 trillion. And we're not done. We are not done. We're just beginning. That's what Mark Moyer said and some other people said. We are at the very beginning. We haven't even reached the first exit on the highway. Are you ready for it? Because it's getting sickening. And I don't know what your stomaching level is of all this crap. We still haven't got to the kids. We haven't gotten to what's up with the gold. We haven't even got into, really the meat of Medicare and Social Security. We haven't even got there. We haven't got to the Defense Department. You're like, I can't take no more. I just can't take any more of this theft. You've reached into the heart and soul of America and just ripped it out, Bruce Lee Kung Fu style, and just ripping out people's hearts. And then you have the audacity to post, you can file early, you know. We'd love to get your money early. You can kiss my behind. I'm sure many of you are feeling that way. Talking about that gold stuff, man, we got a story brewing. The 20th, today's the 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th. So I guess it's Thursday. We'll be talking with Kevin Demerit from Lear. I got a whole bunch of questions, and I got a whole bunch of things to show him and going, what the hell's going on? You're the gold guy. What is going on, Kevin? And if you can afford to get some gold, now might be a good time to do so. As you know, President Trump has assembled the Avengers to make America great again. And of course, we're all excited and ready to see them get to work. But with everything we're seeing right now, don't take your eye off the ball. Things could get much worse before they get better. With the possibility of World War III still looming, and with the Democrats doing everything they can to impede Trump, you still need to keep your guard up and your money protected. Oh, and our national debt is still massively increasing. Don't get me wrong, I have high hopes for Trump's America, but I also have a family to look out for. You see, Trump and the Avengers have quite the uphill battle ahead. That's why I'm making sure I'm protected, and I'm recommending that you do the same. One way to be protected is by diversifying your portfolio. That's why on this channel I've been happy to partner with Lear Capital. As you know, I've been involved in real estate for quite some time. And although I dabbled in gold and silver, Kevin and his staff at Lear have helped to educate me even further, especially in regards to silver. Give Lear a call today and they'll show you how easy it is to move some of your savings or your retirement account into gold and silver. Gold and silver have been proven to hold value and protect wealth for the long term. Call Lear today at 800-601-5430 or go to learberry.com to get your free gold and silver wealth protection guides. There's no obligation, just free information. Many of you have seen my interviews with Lear founder Kevin Demerit, and I can tell you this company is solid and likes to educate their customers. Just so you know, Lear has over 27 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and over $3 billion in trusted transactions, and is the only company with a 24-hour risk-free purchase. You don't pay unless you're 100% satisfied. So call 800-601-5430 or go to learberry.com. And when you call, don't forget to ask how you can get up to $15,000 in bonus gold or silver with a qualifying purchase. So if you'd like to take advantage of this opportunity, please call my friends at Lear Capital at 800-601-5430 and tell them Barry sent you. And don't forget, if you don't have the $2,500 or $3,000 for the minimum buy in talking to somebody, if you go to the website and you do it yourself, you know, basically self-checkout, the minimums are much lower. So check that out. Call if you have $25,000 or $3,000. But if not, use the website to go ahead and make your purchase there. I love my new sponsor here, and this new sponsor is Patriot Addict. Trump is finally back in the office, and it's only going to get better from here. As a celebration, Patriot Addict is sending our free Trump red knives to people who voted for Trump. This is just their way of saying thank you for supporting him and being a part of his moment in history. Normally this knife retails for $70, but right now you can grab it just for the cost of shipping. Scan the QR code right over here. Am I right? Yeah, right there. To apply your 100% off coupon and claim your Trump knife today before they're all gone. All right, so just let me let you know so there's no culture shock or anything. There is a shipping fee. I keep telling everybody it's like 13 or 14 bucks, the shipping fee to get the thing shipped to you. Some people have already received it. They've been loving it. They understood that there was a $14 shipping fee. Just don't be surprised when you see that. it's free. The item is free. The shipping is not. And I can tell you, shipping does cost money. People don't seem to understand that. We give away hoodies, which we're giving away tonight. And, you know, we give those things. We give the Bibles away. But you can't go to the post office or FedEx and go, hey, listen, I gave this away, so can you ship it for free? No, man, can't do that. Oh, so you're going to charge me to ship this free hoodie? Yes. And hoodies are big and bulky. So I understand about shipping costs. You should also remember that if somebody's giving you something for free, not everybody's going to be like us and absorb the entirety of the cost. Just wanted to say that, just so you know. All right. Jesus said that silver and gold are his and he will recover it all. No politician should be able to lie to the public for 6 years and then collect pension benefits for a lifetime. I completely agree. Completely agree. I just can't. Where'd that go? I just can't wait to pay more taxes, somebody said. Oh, that's too funny. That is too funny. Somebody, where is this? Denise says the knives are nice quality. Our son-in-law and my husband loves them. See, it's good stuff. Good stuff. I try to make sure I work with people who provide good stuff. The IRS took the money from us. Now give it back. Yeah. You know what I find funny? I find stuff like this pretty funny. Commercials in a live show. Bye. Oh my God. Oh yeah. You ever watch television? I just wonder. You ever see television? You know, and like you just watched the Super Bowl and people were paying $6, $7, $8 million for a live event. That's how people make their money. I'm sorry, I don't have a 501c3 nonprofit. That being said, let's continue. Oh, don't let the door hit you. Antifa arrested in D.C. protest against Elon today. If you saw that, that was that was really funny. New sheriff in town. You can't get away with the stupid stuff you did before. They spray painted some kid in the face, and he got arrested. Sorry. That's how it goes. Bye. I got my knife and some gold coins. I love them. Thank you. Thank you very much. They've been lying to us for 60 years, and nothing has happened to them. Yep. Bear, I watched the documentary 10 or so years ago that the gold was gone. I thought everybody knew. One of the young men that moved it did this documentary. What do you think people are going to do? You know, like Constantine said, gold missing at Fort Knox. What do you think is going to happen? I don't know. Yeah, somebody said, yeah, Barry talks for like 2 or 3 hours for free. Oh, that's just too funny. God, that's too much, too funny. You guys are funny. Don't care what Trader Schiff says. Nope. Why are they? And he noticed he didn't talk about the money. They won't talk about it. They won't even talk about it. We don't know if the gold is still in Fort Knox or not. I want to see the audit. I hope they do it live. Elon was saying he was going to do it live. He was going to do it. All right. So we don't know if the gold. Yep. Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac. The Wizard of Oz has nothing on that propaganda clown. Oh yeah. Gil's crazy. Let's see here. Whatever created Bitcoin knew this day would come. I'm just saying. David Sachs, who you saw, who put that up there, he's the new crypto guy. Trump said he wants to be the leader, have the United States be the leader in crypto and AI. By the way, Grok, I think it drops tonight. I think the new Grok 3 drops tonight. So if you're on X, if you're in our group, you might want to get some of that. I think Grok 3, and they're saying it's killer, drops tonight. So let me just tell you, you want something free? Here's something free. No shipping or anything. Go to fanfareshop.org/group, and you can go ahead and join our X group for free. And you can get your feet wet in X. But yeah, I understand Grok 3 drops tonight. All right, so let me continue with more more Doge news. Top Social Security chief ousted after blocking Doge's fraud investigation. I don't know what these people are thinking. They're literally falling on the sword to protect this stuff. Gross insubordination. Get out! Acting Commissioner Michelle King exits after refusing to give Doge access to agency records needed to investigate potential fraud. She's replaced by Leland Dudek, who previously praised Doge's efficiency efforts. This follows similar departures at Treasury and IRS as career bureaucrats resist investigations. King had been there for 30 years, since 1994 until now. Oh my goodness, what is wrong with these people? You're telling us with no uncertain terms, you know it's fraudulent and you're willing to go down with the ship. No, you can't come in here. No. Get out. Man, oh man, what is wrong with these people? I can't tell you. It's insane. Okay, now we got more for you. This was from Christopher Rufo. Breaking. It's always breaking, isn't it? The Department of Education has canceled $600 million in teacher training grants, which do little more than promote left-wing race and gender ideologies. It's time to shut it all down. I hate even putting these numbers in front of you. I hate even... This was just 600 million. No big deal. 600 million of your money to, talk about the crazy stuff. What did that $600 million go to? Well, the $600 million cut to teacher training grants is a direct strike against taxpayer-funded ideological indoctrination. These grants push divisive CRT, DEI, anti-racism. Oh, I'm sure that's going to help little Johnny read and count. And you wonder why we're so far behind. Instead of teaching kids stuff that they actually can use, you're spending $600 million to teach them CRT, DEI, anti-racism, and who knows what else. Prioritize woke bureaucrats over student outcomes. Examples included equity audits and dismantling racial bias workshops, classic performative politics. Trump's administration move follows 900 in canceled IES contracts and 350 from regional. See the numbers. That's over another trillion. Do the math. 600 plus 900 is 1.5. No, that's billion. 1.5 billion, and then 350, 1.8 billion. But it's just too much, man. I mean, time to redirect this cash to real priorities: AI leadership, border security, and cutting big pharma's grip on healthcare. DC wastes, lies, and repeats. Shut it down. Oh, I forgot when I said stuff that'll come. Wait until RFK Jr. pulls the advertising for pharma. These people are just going to go crazy, literally in the street. This was fantastic. Elon Musk is trying to access your personal bank and tax data. The world's richest man should not and cannot be able to snoop around your personal finances. Period. End of story. And somebody goes, he's not trying to snoop around my personal finances. He's trying to snoop around yours because you get paid with taxpayer money and should be subjected to these types of audits on a regular basis to flesh out obvious conflicts of interest. And Elon Musk, yeah, what he said. Oh, right now, Shifty Shift did some shifty shifting when he saw that. You're the one we should be auditing. You're the one who's been taking our money. How'd you get so rich, Shifty Shift? Now I want to show you something. I want you to put yourself, take the zeros off and tell me how you would run your household. How you could do anything with this number. Okay, you ready for this? The U.S. government balance sheet has 5.7 trillion in assets. It has 45 trillion in liabilities. Oh, and we vote for these people. You have turned our country upside down. You got 5.7 trillion in assets and 45 trillion in liabilities. So you're telling me you owe 9x what you got. Put that in relation to your household of you owing 9 times whatever your asset base is. And it breaks it down here. So, most people have never seen this because they didn't show this to us. All told, we have 5.6 trillion in actual assets. However, we owe 45 trillion. 28 of that trillion go to just pay interest and debt. 28. Then look at the next one. 15 trillion goes to federal employee and veteran benefits, mostly employees. So we're at negative 43 before we even start. And then, other 2 trillion. And these people think we shouldn't be cutting government? There's something really wrong with these people. One of the biggest things they're having a problem with is, and it's starting to dawn on them because of what's happening over, I think, right now, as they're beginning these Ukraine negotiations. And they're all freaking out. All freaking out. Listen to this.
Holy Toledo, look at this trend line here. U.S. support for Ukraine is too much. Back when the war began, back in February of 2022, it was just 7%. Up like a rocket ship, my goodness. Up now in February of 2025 to 41%. And the clear majority of Republicans, and of course Republicans are in charge of the U.S. government now, 62% of Republicans say that the U.S. support for Ukraine is too much. What a difference from just 3 years ago. I can remember, John, all those backyards in the United States with those Ukrainian flags. Far fewer of them today, as Americans' opinions on Ukraine have changed dramatically.
What about opinions of the Ukrainian president?
Right. Obviously, if you would expect changes amongst the public on feelings towards Ukraine, feelings towards Zelensky have changed also dramatically. Look at this. Confident Zelensky will do the right thing when it comes to world affairs. Back in 2022, it was the clear majority, 72% through the floor. Through the floor by 2024, just 48% of Americans say that they're confident that Zelensky will do the right thing when it comes to world.
I'd say it's fallen through the floor, and I think it's actually less than that, because let's see if they say when they took that poll. I'm looking on it. Doesn't say when they took it, but I guarantee you a lot of that. Oh yeah, hold on.
Affairs.
2022 to 2024. That's well before Doge. Well before. So that number going from 72 to 48 was before everything we're seeing right now. If Harry, his boys do that number now, I bet you it's in the teens. People are like, hell no, no more money to Ukraine. That's it. We're done. I just happened to look at that and go, wait a minute, that's 2024. So that's before Trump even took office and Doge started showing everybody what the heck is going on. I would venture to say, that number, if you put up, February of 2025, is probably in the 18 to 19%. I don't know who out there still wants money going over to, Zelensky. No, we're done. We're absolutely done.
GOP confidence has also plummeted dramatically. Now the clear majority of Republicans are not confident that Zelensky will do the right thing when it comes to world affairs. Really a real trend line, ones you rarely see in the American public when it comes to Ukraine and Zelensky. Confidence in both going down through the ground.
Look, some allies of President Trump have targeted Zelensky with harsh criticism over the last few years, and it could be that that's having some impact here.
Absolutely. The Republican establishment, the Republican electorate has moved as the Republican establishment and Republican leaders have moved on.
All right, let's talk about the idea of...
Hold on a second. The opposite of that number is 52%. So that means that a lot of Democrats have crossed over as well and went, no more. We don't want any more of this stuff.
A peace deal, and again, the way you ask this matters, but go ahead.
The way you ask it is important, so we can talk about this a little bit. So the poll question essentially is, do you support a Russia-Ukraine negotiated peace deal? The vast majority of Americans, this is what they want. 78% say that they support this idea versus just 16% oppose. Of course, as we were talking about, does this question actually get at what's going on right now? I think you would say that it probably does not necessarily get what's going on right now.
No, the question asked, do you support a Russia-Ukraine negotiated peace deal? Ukraine's not there at the negotiations in Saudi Arabia this week, so the people were not asked this. And I do think, in general...
I don't think anybody cares whether little Zelensky is at the peace meetings. The adults are there. The little puppet who's been told what to do and how to do it by Biden and the deep state and these other countries. We don't need to talk to him. You don't bring him from the children's table and let him sit at the adults' table. It's over. It's done. Now it's just a matter of what does Russia want? Okay, here's what you're going to do, Zelensky. Because if you don't, we're out. You're not seeing another dime from the United States. Good luck with Europe. Good luck.
If you ask anyone in any poll, do you support peace? Peace tends to rate pretty highly.
Peace tends to win. You rarely get 78% of the country agreeing on anything. They do agree on the idea of a negotiated peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. Whether the majority would agree on a Russia peace deal with Ukraine where Ukraine has nothing to do with it, that might be a different question.
Hard to know. Harriet, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. You think that would change things? All right, let's see in the chat. Do you care if Zelensky is involved in the discussion or not? Because he's going to be involved in the discussion. You're looking at a divorce settlement, and the United States is basically the mediator. So you don't sit both parties and say, okay, what do you want? All right, what do you want? No, what do you want? All right. Now we'll go come talk to Zelensky. They say this, they want that. What do you think? They're going to talk to Zelensky. They're finding out what Putin wants. They're not going to put you in the same room at the same table. That's insane. No negotiation goes like that until it's ready to sign the papers. I want the house. I want the kids. I want the house. I want the dogs. Okay, you're not going to get the house. So what can we do here? I want the car. All right, so when you finally get it, then you come together, shake hands, maybe, and there's your deal. A good deal means neither side is happy. That's the perfect deal. I wanted the house, and she's like, I wanted the car, or I wanted the kids, whatever. But this insanity that the media puts out there is like, Zelensky's not getting a seat at the table. He's just not at this meeting, you morons.
President Trump said this week he did not say yes when he was asked if he sees Ukraine as an equal member in the peace process. He did say later that Ukraine would have a seat at the table. Have you been given any assurances that Ukraine will have an equal seat at the negotiating table?
So I will never accept any decisions between the United States and Russia about Ukraine.
Want to bet? Want to bet? Man, you want to play poker? I played a lot of poker. I'm going to tell you right now, yes, you will. You will have no choice but to accept that deal. You know, I'm sure that there'll be some concessions on both sides, but you're gonna accept that deal. Oh, I would never accept any sort of deal unless I'm at the table. No, you will. I bet you everyone in this chat will be like, yeah, it's coming, and you will.
Never, and our people, never, and our adults and children and everybody. It can't be so. This is the war in Ukraine against us, and it's our human losses. And we are thankful for all the support, unity between USA, in USA, around Ukraine support, bipartisan unity, bipartisan support. We're thankful for all of this, but there is no any leader in the world who can really make a deal with Putin without us, about us.
Always, when we go to negotiation, what we do.
This is the Russian guy who's participating in the negotiations.
First, what we want to do is to listen to what our partners have to offer. When Presidents Trump and Putin talked over the phone, they agreed on the need to put aside the absurd period in the relationship between two great superpowers when they essentially didn't communicate at all.
He's talking about Biden. Got two major superpowers, and you want a war to end. Actually, they didn't want it to end. And so you never talked to Putin. The President of the United States, Joe Biden, never reached out and said, what can we do? There's no way you're going to settle something if you're not willing to discuss something with somebody. But you were too busy making sure everybody knew that Trump was Putin's puppet, and Tucker Carlson is Putin's puppet, and XYZ person is Putin's puppet, instead of calling him. Hey, Vlad, it's gone on long enough. We need to stop this. What are we going to do? Nope. But they're recognizing at least Trump is calling.
Aside from certain technical issues, and the presidents agreed that the dialogue should be restored and resumed on all matters that can somehow be settled with the contribution of the United States and Russia.
On defense,
all right, so here comes this dude, the new English Prime Minister, who I'm really convinced squats when he pees. I'm just saying. I've seen him walk through the pink parade and all this kind of stuff, but you don't scare anybody, bro. and I'm sure what he's about to say, when you hear this, you're like, that's not going to make Putin worried. Not worried about you. Nope, you've already shown your colors.
Clear the US is not going to leave NATO. But we Europeans will have to do more. The issue of burden sharing is not new, but it is now pressing. And Europeans will have to step up, both in terms of spending and the capabilities that we provide. On Ukraine, we're at the very early stage of the process. Europe must play its role. And I'm prepared to consider committing British forces on the ground, alongside others, if there is a lasting peace agreement. But there must be a US backstop.
So you guys got to do it. United States has to guarantee this peace. It's not our fight. Why would we be your backstop? Are you telling me, like Trump has said about Canada, you can't take care of business? You, France, and Germany, you can't do anything over there? 3 big countries, and you can't take care of business. That's pretty sad. And you're letting Trump know in advance you can't negotiate. You can't do it.
Because a US security guarantee is the only way to effectively deter Russia from attacking Ukraine again. So I will go to Washington next week to meet President Trump and to discuss what we see as the key elements of a lasting peace. I spoke to President Zelensky on Friday and will do so again in coming days. And we envisage a further meeting with European colleagues when I return from the US. In this moment, we have to recognise the new era that we are in, not cling hopelessly to the comforts of the past. It's time for us to take responsibility for our security, for our continent. And I've been clear today, Britain will take a leading responsibility.
So what do you need us for? What are you coming over to kiss the ring? You're coming over here to meet with President Trump about what you're going to do? I don't care what you do. Fix it. We're not going to give you any more. He's not giving you any money. Nope. Not going to happen. You're not going to see it. You're not going to see our boots on the ground. Nope, not going to happen. Take care of business. And by the way, here's a tariff with you to take with you on the way out.
We always have. Because Ukraine must have a secure future. Europe must have a secure future. Britain must have a secure future. And democratic values must prevail.
Okay, so what you're telling us is that you can't have a future without the United States. Can you imagine giving Trump that kind of hand? You need my protection, huh? Yeah. You need me to make sure that, Vlad here doesn't stomp all over little Zelensky again. Yeah. And you want me to do this because you guys can't do it. Right? That's what you're saying. Well, if I'm Donald Trump, the first thing is, what's in it for me? Because you've told me what you need. You told me I need all this. All right, so A, what's in it for me? What's in it for America? What does America get? Because I got to go, if I'm Donald Trump, I say this. I got to go tell my people what we're doing, what I'm committing to. And my people are going to want to know what you get for agreeing to protect England and France and Germany. What did you get? I don't know what Trump will want. I'm not sure they can afford what he may want. You'll know when you see who's in the meeting when the guy comes here. I bet you Scott Bessent is there, the Treasury Secretary. I bet you Howard Lutnick is in there. I bet you Secretary Wright, who's with Energy. Trump's going to get something. I don't know what it's going to be, but it's going to be something huge. Count on that. You want me to guarantee your safety. I mean, every time I watch this, it sounds more and more like a mob movie. I mean, doesn't it? You're going to go see The Godfather. Godfather, these guys keep stealing from me. And Godfather, what can I do? Will you please protect me, Godfather? Godfather, yeah, okay. I'll make him an offer he can refuse. But you're gonna owe me a favor. What's the favor you people are going to have to pony up to make the Godfather protect you? If you're sitting back and you're Trump, I don't know, is it liquid natural gas? What is it that he is going to want to take on that burden, if at all? That's something, we all got to see. Charlie Kirk put this out. He said, Europe wants America to fund the Ukraine war indefinitely, which costs us hundreds of billions of dollars while offering us no benefit. But now that Trump has proposed a peace deal that would end the fighting and be maintained by stationing European but not U.S. troops along the ceasefire line, naturally countries like Germany that have howled about Putin being the next Hitler, who must be stopped at all costs, are now flinching from the idea of doing anything themselves to keep the peace. This is a continent of freeloaders. They don't have any means to protect their butts. They know if the United States says no, there's no way they could, as much as they talk crap about, we could take on Putin, we can make that happen. yeah, we can do it. He will not, blah, blah, blah. And now you're at this position where you're like, we can't stop him. If he gets mad, we're screwed. Please help us. Because your countries are feckless. Your countries have nothing. I cannot believe that you allowed what happened to Germany and England and France. France, never mind. France throw some cheese at them. Those are three countries that have sovereignty, but no way to protect their sovereignty. They need us. What are they going to have to pay for us to get involved? They're desperate. Oh, they're freaking out. Why is Europe in a complete panic over Ukraine? Ursula von der Leyen, who's one of the biggies over there, just arrived in Paris for crucial talks. Europe's security is a turning point. Yes, it is about Ukraine, but it's also about us. We need an urgency mindset. We need a surge in defense, and we need both of them now. You just now realizing that? I mean, think about it. You're the president of the EU, and you're just today, on February 17th, realizing, oh, we need a sense of urgency. We need to, what'd she say? We need a surge in defense. Oh, and we need both of them right now. You're just now today realizing, oh crap, what happens if? You see, Joe Biden isn't here. Joe Biden's not ringing a bell for you. And you're absolutely screwed. Absolutely screwed. And you're giving Trump the advantage in negotiations. You're telegraphed it. Just imagine if you were Donald Trump right now. You're going to have a meeting with these big countries. Germany, England, France, the EU, knowing full well they can't really depend on their existence without the United States. That is huge. We don't exist without the United States. If the United States doesn't back us up and other countries don't know, other bad countries don't know the United States is a part of our backup, we're toast. We're sitting ducks for anybody who wants to take a shot at us. They now know this.
T, good morning to you.
Great to be with you.
So let's talk about the freak out on the world stage. The president is trying to start a negotiation to end the war. He talked about this on the campaign trail, and yet they're freaking out. And I guess the question is why?
I don't think they ever believed President Trump would really do this. I mean, President Trump has said his legacy is as a peacemaker. So what's he trying to do? He's trying to bring a rapid end to the Ukraine war. The Europeans, and frankly the Biden administration, for years has said we can't have a negotiated solution to that Ukraine war because we can't trust Putin. Therefore, let's not negotiate. Therefore, America, we expect you to shoulder the burden of any defense Ukraine is going to do. And for the British Prime Minister and the French president should be saying, look, America, you've got to do more. When they're not willing to do more, it's just the height of hypocrisy.
Yeah, so to that point, this is what the UK Prime Minister is saying. He said, it's clear Europe must take a greater role in NATO as we work with the United States to secure Ukraine's future and face down the threat we face from Russia. So he's saying that he's willing to send troops to Ukraine. President Trump has already said that's not an option for the American military, though, right?
No, come on. I mean, first of all, the Prime Minister of Great Britain is the one who's cutting their defense budget. So put your money where your mouth is. If you really expect that you're going to play a major role in defense of Europe, you ought to be contributing to the NATO budget. You ought to be increasing your defense spending. And that's the suggestion that the British are going to put troops on the border of Ukraine or troops in Ukraine is what troops? Really? You don't really have that big a military anymore. And the thing that you're going to do somehow without NATO, you're going to act on your own to send a military you really don't have that much of to a war that you can't possibly win. Again, I think it's just hot air they're blowing.
If everybody knows you got nothing, how are you going to pretend like you got something? We're England. Ooh. Oh, we're shaking now. Oh God, what's gonna happen? You're gonna put some people on the border. I hope they fight stronger on the border of Ukraine than they do in a hockey rink. We watched our boys pound the hell out of your guys. And France, good luck. Oh, we I don't even know if France got an army. Germany, they're done. And you got to answer to Trump? Just imagine that. These three people, and four, Ursula, von Schwab, whatever her name is, unelected, appointed president of the EU. You're all gonna come over to Washington D.C. and kiss the ring and say what? What do you want? Man, I've read the book Art of the Deal a couple times. I cannot even imagine sitting across from the table with people who have nothing and need me. So what do you got? What do you got to offer me? Show me anything. Man. It's like Justin Trudeau. What? Good God. He's got him by the gonads, that's for sure. Yep, sorry, we're busy taking him our own border. Can't help you. French spent all their defense budget on white flags. England and France armed their 20 soldiers with tea and French fries. Oh, you guys are funny. Does England have an army? Yeah, England has an army. I mean, the Royal Air Force, they've got an army. When's the last time England's done anything? Oh my goodness. Starmer's a POS. I can't believe what this guy is asking. Trump's holding all the cards. Everything. Trump laughs his tail off every single night. Because if I were them, I would be thinking to myself, and I'm sure some of you were thinking, as like, how did y'all let yourselves get in this position? How did you... You know you got nothing. You got a bunch of Barney Fifes running around. How did you think shit was going to go down if Biden lost? Did you think you would just keep getting trillions to pay off everybody? What did you think was going to happen when the music stops? And now you're sitting there and J.D. Vance just went over and went, psh, 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 and the dude's crying. You hurt my feelings. You think your feelings are hurt now? Wait until you got to come crawling to Washington and kiss the ring and beg for protection. Beg. And I don't know the intricacies of the markets over there in terms of what France has to offer or what England or Germany. I know Germany's got some great engineering, but we don't want your people because you put all these newcomers and we've seen London. No, thank you. Keep that. So what do you have to offer? I may be quite sarcastic and naive, but I'm thinking, what do I want from y'all? What is it you can give Americans? Because now you're about to find out about America first. Would not want to be in that negotiation. Not at all. They didn't think the music would ever stop because it's been playing for far too long. Yep. That's not going to be pretty. I mean, any of you who have been in any sort of negotiation of any sort, you're all looking at this and going, "Oh, this ain't gonna go well." I can see in your comments, you're like, "Oh, you're coming in begging." They dealt with the sweet son. Daddy's gonna give them what for? and I hate to be talking about a whole country, rare earth minerals, and destroy your biolabs. Oh yeah, send them the illegals. Yeah, that's because they have nothing. When you have nothing but need everything, when your very existence, I don't even know how. I'm not, okay, serious face. I don't know how you negotiate with somebody who knows when the door opens, I got everything. There is nothing you're going to bring in that door. Nothing. There's nothing. When you got off the plane, I already knew you had nothing. So what does a country do that publicly has said our survival can only be dependent upon America's protection? So, okay, what's it worth to you? A base? I don't know. I don't know. I can't wait to see how Trump plays this. Because to me, I think it's going to be something that we probably aren't even aware of. And he's going to pull something out of his hat, or Scott Bessent's going to, maybe that is why all that gold is coming back. You think about that? Maybe they know they stole all this gold, or somehow it got out of our vaults over there. And maybe at this point, what we are seeing is exactly that. Maybe we're seeing, give it back. All of it. The gazillions of gold bars need to be in my Fort Knox before you even get off a plane. That doesn't sound too far-fetched. You know you need me. I know what you did. Now what are you going to do? Because I don't know if you heard, but all this gold bullion is being flown back from England. Hey, let me. I just happened to think about that. That is absolutely mind-blowing when you think about that. Gold from England. I had it in today's show. Let me see if I can. Maybe that is the chess match. Maybe they've been caught. Yeah, look at this. Does this now make sense? Breaking. U.S. banks have recently transported thousands of gold bars from London to New York, moving them out of the Bank of England's vaults. And we were always wondering what was going on. Here's another one. The gold saga continued. U.S. banks have been transporting gold from London to New York, with thousands of gold bars being moved out of the Bank of England's vault in recent months. And here's this. Why are U.S. banks flying gold from London to New York? That makes a lot of sense now, doesn't it? Maybe. And this was all over the place. People were talking about it. What's going on? Why are U.S. banks flying gold from London to New York? About 8,000 gold bars have been moved out of the Bank of England's vault. Why are U.S. banks flying gold from New York? Is that it? Could be. I don't know. I'll ask Kevin on Thursday, why is all this gold all of a sudden repatriating? Why is it coming back to the United States? That would be a deal of the century. Give me trillions in gold, and then we'll talk about protecting your country. Man, oh man, oh man. Could that be happening? I mean, I don't know. You guys can talk about it yourself, but who knows what is exactly happening. Let's see what you guys say. JD told them, FO, send our gold back. Is that you get your gold and silver now, fans? It's about to revalue. So, okay, we get gold in Canada. If we're flying all this, where'd that go? The 17th letter said this too. Trump walked in front of the Queen. How much gold was in Fort Knox? There's a reason why it's coming home. There's a reason why it's coming home. Like people like, was it even there? Who knows? It's just kind of weird when and I'm not being conspiratorial and putting on this tinfoil hat. I'm just seeing some people begging, we need you for protection. And I'm thinking to myself, if I was cutting a deal with somebody, and I know, what do you have to offer me? And then, coupled that with all of a sudden Elon talking about doing an audit of Fort Knox, and then seeing, okay, but they're flying all this gold back. Why would you be flying gold back? I can't wait to talk to Kevin on Thursday. Hey, man, what the hell is going on in the gold market? This is crazy. Absolutely crazy. Were we pilfered a long time ago and nobody knew about it, and now they're putting it back before he opens the doors? Did he say, okay, here, on March 15th, I'm opening up Fort Knox for a tour? It best be there. Okay? It best be there. I don't know. But talk about, or even more, talk about erasing a deficit if all of a sudden there's all this gold sitting there. Man. I can't even believe it. When did the gold disappear for Fort Knox? We don't know if it did disappear. Nobody knows. They said there hasn't been an audit of Fort Knox since 1974. So, what's that? 50 years. Nobody has taken, hey, how many gold bars in there? You tell me in 50 years, nobody has walked in and taken an inventory of Fort Knox. That's not by accident. And in fact, that's also a question for Trump. Hey, you were president back in 2016. Why did you not take an audit of Fort Knox? Oh, I'm sure the answer would be because the people in charge of, who I had in place said it's all there. It's fine. Don't worry about it. And I know Trump acts just like any lawyer did. Don't ask the question you don't already know the answer to. Which means to tell me is they already probably know what's up in there in Fort Knox. And that was a balloon to let people know. We're about to go look. We're going to go look in Fort Knox. What do you think we're going to find in there? And people poop their pants all over the world. Oh, my God. Wait till he opens that. Because he didn't have to announce it. So then you got to think back, why did he even announce it? Hey, Elon, take some guards, go over there, and start counting the gold bars in Fort Knox. Didn't have to announce it. Hey, we're going to do an inventory. We're going to do an audit. There's a reason why it was announced. Again, everything we've seen, the surprise attack has been the most fruitful. So if you're saying to people across the world, and you're announcing it, we are going to audit Fort Knox. Well, think about if you stole money. And you've just found out since 1974, now they're going to go in and look. What would you do? You'd get it back in there real quick. Real quick. I would. Like, oh shit. Playtime's over. Huh? What's Stan Bongino? Cutesy time is over. Yeah, cutesy time is real over if you got a whole bunch of gold that you stole from Fort Knox. Why are gold bars coming to us from UK? Don't tell me that this was a new world order plan. I will be saying, I don't know. I don't know. And just as with everything we're seeing right now, there's some crazy stuff happening. Absolutely. Yeah, make sure it's real. Bring it in there. Wasn't it Nixon who took us off the gold standard? I don't remember. Patty, you're right. We are definitely in the storm. There is so much stuff. How much are those bars worth? Well, right, just to let you know, those bars, depending on how big they are, those bars, gold is getting close to $3,000 an ounce. So, I don't know. What's one gold bar? We can ask Kevin. How big is it? Let me see if I can find it. How big is a gold bar? How heavy is a gold bar? Good question. Gold bar is 27 pounds, 400 ounces. So 400 ounces times 400 ounces times 3,000 is the number. Let's just see what one bar would be worth. 400 times 3. So you're talking 1.2 million per bar. per bar. And there were supposedly like 8,000 or 9,000 bars in there. You know how they say, movies oftentimes are made because people know the story behind things. You guys remember? I don't know which one it was. Yes, I do. It was Die Hard 2. And they did a distraction, and they looted all the gold that was in the Federal Reserve. And it was based upon, an explosion and some stuff. Just saying, something blew up in 2001. I don't know. But that movie now starts to make a little bit more sense. Like, wait a second. Wait. So there was an explosion, and people went into the gold reserves and took all the gold. That plane better have one hell of an escort. Oh, it was Die Hard 3? I thought it was Die Hard 2 because it was after the brother got killed from the Nakatomi Plaza. So I think it was number 2. Wow, send me 20 gold bars. Oh boy, man. Yes, it was Nixon. Okay, somebody said it was in high school. It went off the gold bar. With that, what happened to the 4.7 trillion and the gold bars? Bruh, this was way past prison. Now we're putting folks in the dirt. You're right. This is stuff where it's long past the point of people disappearing for stuff. I mean, we're talking trillions. You can disappear for a lot less money than a trillion. A lot less than a trillion. Right now, there's some people with some serious sphincter tightening going on. A lot of the pens being sold because nobody knows who's snitching, what's going on, and again, if I was investigating something, I wouldn't tell you in advance. So the fact that we know that they're talking about auditing Fort Knox, it was meant for other people's ears, not ours. We're about to audit Fort Knox, winky winky. Whew. Better put that stuff on a plane quick, and a boat. Do whatever you need to do. Because I don't even know how much weight could be carried by a plane. But I heard there's like tons of stuff coming by plane. I don't even know where it's landing, where it's going. Man, it's crazy. When do we start kneecapping people to get answers? Thursday or Friday, when Kash Patel gets in here. Because we got lots of questions. Barry, there was more gold under the towers than Fort Knox ever held. Now the movie starts making a lot more sense, doesn't it? See, I hate doing this because I don't want to sound conspiratorial. But I'm like, something ain't right. Hey, flight of gold back. So where's the interest on the gold you took from us? We're going to find out. It will it will come out. And Teresa, you're right. I don't ever want to pay income taxes again. This is just way too much. How about take a gold bar and call it even? I ain't paying. I am not looking. I don't know what you are, but I don't think President Trump is going to send people out to do stuff to people if they don't pay tax. I'm not going to say that because then people will say, well, Barry told me not to pay. No, Barry ain't telling you not to pay. I'm just saying, you do what you need to do or do what you want to do, but none of this stuff smells right anymore. None of it. None of it. What do we got here? It's 9.6 billion. I don't know what you're referring to. My first thought was interest. If it's true, it's not a theory. Yeah, they are changing the people who are truthful that they say is misinformation. And so back to England, Germany, and France. I don't know what's going to happen. So right now, as we speak, Marco Rubio and Mike Waltz and Steve Witkoff are talking to Russia's counterparts, and then Trump and Putin are going to meet in Saudi Arabia, and the deals, they wouldn't even be doing this if they didn't know the deal was going to happen. They've already got the parameters. You have to realize that. I'm not wasting my time. I'm not sending these people over there if we don't have the parameters of a deal. work out the dates, work out the timing, all that kind of stuff. But the deal's happening. The deal is going to go down. Trump is going, I guarantee you, and I don't guarantee much, I guarantee you, I will go out on a limb that before the State of the Union, there will be a deal to end the war. In fact, he may announce it at the State of the Union. State of the Union address, I believe, is March 4th. Hold on. State of the State of the Union address, I believe it's March 4th. Let me just see where it is. When is the State of Union? It's going to be March 4th, I'm seeing here. March 4th is going to be the State of the Union address. So that means on March 4th, he could actually walk in and give the address right then and there. Let me just see something. Let me just confirm that. Don't want to give you wrong information. March 4th. March 4th, 2025, which I will be broadcasting live in front of all you guys so we can listen to it. Wouldn't that be something? We're talking a little over 2 weeks. Donald Trump walks into the State of the Union and says, hey, my fellow Americans, the war's over in Ukraine. It's done. And he uses that to tell everybody what the heck the deal is. That would be interesting. The State of the Union will be epic. I completely agree. That's going to be some must-see TV. Because just think of all the stuff he's done in this 3 weeks. And you're like, I'm going to be on national television in front of the world with all of Congress and the Senate and the Supreme Court there. Can you imagine what he is going to say with that audience? Oh, yeah. Stock up on popcorn right now. It's going to be absolutely epic. All right, so let's continue. So some of you guys may know who Mike Cernovich is. Mike happens to be an attorney as well. And I've been following Mike, and he's been following me for quite some time. And he put up something, not really a thread, but a series of posts today. And again, he's an attorney. And I loved how he laid this out. He goes, if the Supreme Court doesn't handle these lawless actions, and this was today, 1 p.m., 1:11, Trump might soon be in a position where he must exercise his Article 2 powers fully, and this includes the constitutional prerogative to tell U.S. Marshals that certain court orders are invalid and unenforceable. So listen to, and Mark Levin was talking about the Article 2 powers as well. It was very interesting that Mark Levin was starting to say the same thing about Article 2. Article 2 is the president just telling the U.S. Marshals, ixnay with these things. They're done. He has that power. They're going to scream. They'll scream about everything. But that is going nuclear. Then he posted this at 3:58. Why does POTUS have to obey a judicial order? Because Marbury versus Madison said so. Oh, okay. Judges said they had power to oversee the executive. No such power is granted in the Constitution. Look it up. So I did. There are no powers for a judge to order the president to do anything. We've just assumed, because that's how it's been. Oh, the court said you can't do this. The court said you can't do that. There is nothing. Because many of us wonder, how in the hell are these courts telling the president what he can or can't do? Well, that's only because presidents have gone along with what they've said. All right, well, I don't want to enter that realm, but I don't have to. At this point, from the stuff I've read from Mike and the stuff I've read from other people, it is quite clear at this point that the only reason that these lower court orders are even being entertained is because he's wanting to entertain them to get them to the Supreme Court. He doesn't have to. Like, for instance, what if one of these courts, sounds far-fetched? Listen to this. Trump says, I am not going to send our military to protect England, France, or Germany. You think the court could say, you have to send our soldiers over there? Of course not. Of course, they could run into court and say, we're suing, we need him to, send the military over to France. Can't do that. So if you can't do that, how can you be making these orders telling the president to do anything? Let that sink in. So what I'm reading from Mike, and I heard from Mark Levin, is that he doesn't have to. Under the Constitution, the executive has full constitutional authority to review judicial orders given to the U.S. Marshals, which falls under the executive branch. Our Constitution created a system of co-equal branches of separated power, not one of judicial supremacy. I had been wondering, I'm sure a number of you have been wondering, well, if the judges can do all this stuff, what in the hell are we voting for presidents for? Why don't we just vote on a panel of judges? We don't need a president. The president can't do anything. The judges tell you run the country. No, that's not how it works. So everything these judges have been doing is based upon a president going along with it. And it's really, really simple. I mean, like somebody put this out here. I mean, you look at it this way. It's simple. Congress makes the law. POTUS administers the law. SCOTUS interprets the law. There's nothing about a district court in there saying that they can tell the president what to do. And those of you who are lawyers, tell me. Can a judge tell Trump he has to put people on the boots on the ground in France or Ukraine? Does he have to do that? Well, if you can't tell the president to start a war, how in the hell can you tell the president to spend millions of dollars, billions? How can that be? You can't. You can't tell the president to do jack. You have an opinion. But here's what's going to happen. These things are going to get to the Supreme Court, and I bet you what we're going to hear is some sort of edict where you lower courts cannot put these kind of rulings out anymore. You do not have the authority to tell the entire country that you've restrained or enjoined the President of the United States. Ain't going to happen. The Constitution grants the power of Commander-in-Chief to POTUS. No debate, right? Right. Everybody agree with that? Yes. And he says it. Here's a hypothetical to get the noggin jogging. SCOTUS orders POTUS to declare war on a foreign nation. Would this order be lawful, such that POTUS must comply? Of course not. Of course not. So how is it that these lower courts are making orders that they think constrain the president? And I know it sounds like a tongue twister to you, but you're probably sitting back going, yeah, you can't. The judicial branch does not have the last word on POTUS's Article 2 powers. This collapses as a matter of constitutional structure, and it would confer judicial supremacy on a co-equal branch. POTUS may ignore unlawful legal orders. Congress then has the power to impeach. Good luck with that. Because then you'd have to prove that the order was legit before you could even begin to impeach. Barry, why are you saying all this? Well, I'm saying this because judges do not have the constitutional power to remove or compel POTUS to take any action. Go ahead and look it up. Not there. The text, history, and structure of the Constitution confirms oversight of POTUS on the legislative branch, which has the power of impeachment. So the entirety of the lawfare that the Democrats have been waging is based upon shopping and trying to find, hometown judges that are going to give some stupid order to buy time, to slow Trump down. So, here's a restraining order. You're not allowed to stop the money flow. Notice, with everything happening, Trump's basically just still doing how he sees fit. Yes, people are still getting their SNAP benefits, and people are still getting, their Social Security and stuff that you're supposed to. But that money ain't flowing out the door. It's not leaving and going to, ask Mozambique if they got 50 million for condoms. No, they're still swinging in the wind over there. It ain't happening. So they tried to slow him down, but in essence, he hasn't come out and just said, go pound sand. But behind closed doors, he's telling everybody, go pound sand. I ain't doing it. Nope. And now he's starting to get the higher courts up. The appellate courts are starting to say, you can't do that. Of course he can have access. Of course the president can tell them to go do this and do that. There's nothing illegal about that. Now you're going to see some really freaked out Democrats, because I think President Trump has understood, but now is going to begin flexing muscle they didn't even know he had. It hasn't even gotten to the Supreme Court yet. Letitia James just found out how feckless she really is. We're going to fight 18 attorneys generals across the country. We're going to fight no man's above the law. You're right. No man's above the law, but the law in this regard is him. That's the problem. No, he's not above the law, but he's using the law that's vested in him through the executive powers of the Constitution, and you can't change that. Well, you could, but you have to do a constitutional amendment, and that ain't ever going to happen. So it's all fluff, and the Democrats know they're screwed, which is probably why they can't do anything at this point. It just keeps happening. So let's look at something else that's been happening, this is going to drive them crazy as well.
Director of Catholic Charities Rio Grande Valley says since Trump took office, some days they haven't had any migrants released to them by Border Patrol at the Humanitarian Respite Center in downtown McAllen. And although they have received over $7 million in FEMA funds the last fiscal year, Sister Pimentel says she is not using the money unless she has more people to help.
They've turned it off. All the crap about you can't stop these people coming over the border. Yeah, he did. He stopped it. 3 weeks. 3 weeks. We still got to go get all the deportees, but he stopped the flow. It's down to 200 per day. Remember, they were getting 10s and 20,000 and 200 per day. How did you go from 10, 15, and 20,000 people a day to 200? You just stop it. And now these people who had all this money, which you're going to have to give back, because you're not using it.
Our numbers are basically almost to zero. We do have 3 families that maybe one day arrive and the next day nobody, and then the next day maybe one family. So it's very uncertain right now as to who we're receiving, and how many. And so those funds are subject to those, because we have to report it according to that number that every single individual has. And so if we don't have families, then we don't spend money.
So the San Diego NGO says its shelter has had not a single migrant walk through its door since President Trump took office. They're now closing that shelter.
Not one. Not one. These people must be like, oh man, we were getting... Not one? Nope. Nobody. Shut your doors. Give me that money back. Nobody is even getting into some of these centers.
Down and laying off more than 100 employees, they say, because of Trump's border policies and his ending of their federal funding. Jewish Family Service San Diego has been running a rapid response migrant shelter that offered migrants care packages, food, legal services, travel coordination, medical screenings, and immigration case management. FEMA records show they had been allocated $22 million last year, but the NGO says they've received none of that money. Jewish Family Service San Diego points the finger at President Trump, saying in part, quote, with migrants no longer able to use the CBP-1 application, the shelter has not received new families and individuals released from short-term federal custody.
Heard you talking about AOC over
there. Give it back. Give it all back. You got all this money from FEMA and from the Biden administration, and it was sitting in your banks, and it was specifically to help, the newcomers get along. Free house, free car, free this, free that, and now there ain't nobody coming. So, give it back. You know what I call that?
We're going to win so much, you may even get tired of winning. And you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
As I see this stuff continue to happen, it just makes me wonder how bad, or, well, two sides. One, they didn't think he was going to win, or they didn't think he'd survive. Because now these people are all getting caught with their pants down, and it's like, what? Yeah. I mean, Cajun Scully says, I live across the street from a Catholic church, and the school parking lot was full 24/7. Now it's empty. Empty. It's happening, people. It's actually happening. It's slow, but it's happening. I mean, from 10,000 down to 200 people a day crossing the border. Ooh, my good. And Tom Homan is not somebody I'd want to mess with. So AOC the other day was coming out with something. She was trying to help people, show them where to go so they didn't get, deported. Well, he got something to say to AOC.
Weekend, do you believe she is breaking the law?
I'll leave that up to DOJ. What I find disturbing is that any member of Congress wants to educate people how they evade law enforcement. You can claim you're educating those constitutional rights. Okay, you can keep that claim. What she in fact is doing is telling people don't open your door, hide in your home, don't talk to ICE. We're talking about people who are in the country illegally, committed a crime, they're a public safety threat, they've been convicted of serious crime, and they've been ordered removed by a federal judge. So it's like AOC and others don't want ICE to enforce the laws that they enacted. She's a member of Congress. Let us enforce the laws you enacted. That's what we're supposed to do.
You can't go after her. Do you think others should?
No, I think I've asked DOJ, where is that line of impediment, of interference? Now, if someone stands in your way, prevents you from arresting somebody, put your hands on it, that's impediment. But what line is telling people to hide from ICE, not open the door? Where do you cross that line on impediment? So I've simply asked the Department of Justice, give us that line.
You have talked to them about this. That's what you're saying?
Absolutely.
Wow. We'll see where that goes. Tom Homan, I'm out of time.
That the department.
So Tom Homan has talked to Pam Bondi about, hey, do an investigation into AOC. These people are in a world of hurt. Maybe that's why she's been kind of quiet lately. Man, she realizes, oh man, the poop's about to hit the fan.
Of Health and Human Services has spent $22 billion on migrants over the last few years. We're talking things like cars, homes, even help with credit scores. And guess where this money's coming from? The tax.
Wait. So, aside from everything else, they were helping the newcomers with their credit scores. Let that sink in. Number one, how would you have a credit score if you didn't have a Social Security number? Okay, so they're giving it. So what you're saying is you gave them Social Security numbers. Got it. How would you have a credit score to manipulate if you just came across the border a couple months ago? You didn't have a credit card. You didn't have a cable You didn't have the electric. How all of a sudden were they helping them with the credit scoring? See, I don't think this woman knew, and I don't think enough people were involved in credit and finance. It's like, wait, stop what you just said there. Because what you just said there is, and I don't think you understand how big of a story you actually have there, because what you're saying is somehow, somewhere, people are manipulating credit scores. Am I wrong? You think you just show up, get off the boat, plane, CB1 app, show up, here's all this stuff, and you get a credit score? You try to buy a house. And it's like, okay, we need to see your pay stubs for the last 2 years. We need to see regular deposits into your bank account. We're going to check your credit score and make sure that you're credit worthy, you've been paying. And whoa, you got a nice 675, 80, 90, 700 credit score. You're a good... How? Many of you have worked for a long time, have paid your bills, and then you check something and your credit score budges one way or the other, but it takes months to get your credit back to, where it should be. Some of you may have medical bills or have had problems or maybe declared bankruptcy once in your life or whatever. Because of COVID, you couldn't work and you got behind on your bills and your credit score went down. So please tell me, because you just glossed over that. How were they helping newcomers who haven't been here with their credit scores? That's a huge story. I don't think she realizes how big of a story that is. Every single one of us, you, me, Robin, Ashley, every single one of us is judged by a 3-digit number or a collection of 3-digit numbers: Equifax, TransUnion, and Experian. And those 3 numbers dictate what you can do. How much you're going to pay for a car loan, how much you're going to pay for a house, if you're even going to get a car loan, even if you're going to get a mortgage. And you work very hard to make sure that credit score is where it's supposed to be. You make sure you pay your credit card every single month on time, a little bit more than the balance or the minimum payment. And so you've been doing all this work, and somebody comes across the border with a taco and they get a credit score and they're helping them with it. Someone's going to have to explain to me how that's possible. Someone needs to tell me how these people who just showed up, you're helping them with their credit score. You remember the CFPB that Elizabeth Warren was her pet baby? So what you're telling me that is there are people in Experian, TransUnion, and Equifax who are modifying credit scores for the benefit of newcomers. That's what you're telling me. That should piss you off as much as the 4.7 trillion. That you work your ass off not just to pay taxes, but to make sure your credit score doesn't bounce one way or the other, and these people are given credit scores. That would have to be a fraudulent credit score. This is fraud against our banks. Yeah, great question. As soon as I heard that, I'm like, what'd she just say? I'm going to rewind that a couple seconds so you can hear her say it again, because she goes through it so fast. And I don't even think she realized what she was saying right there. She's young, so maybe she hasn't been involved in a lot of credit scoring. Yeah, your worthiness. Maybe they're signing dead people's Social Security numbers to newcomers and paying them that way. They want to keep them in America, secure their votes, and put them in the same debt we face. That sounds like a class action suit. Their Fair Credit and Reporting. Here, let's listen to it again, and you listen to what she says.
$1 billion on migrants over the last few years. We're talking things like cars, homes, even help with credit scores. And guess where this money's coming?
I don't know how you help with a credit score for someone who has zero credit file. So we just uncovered something else. Doge needs to look into that. Wait. How did this guy just no job, nothing? What credit score? What friggin' credit score? Something else they've been giving out to people, and I wonder where she got the information. But that's now something for people to start digging and talking about. There's something for you to put out there. Hey, did you know that they were giving the newcomers? You can use the real word on X. Help with a credit score. How are they helping them with credit score? Start putting it out there. Let's start seeing the answers to this. How did this person who's never been to our country, hasn't had a job, is living in a hotel on my money, hasn't paid taxes, got a credit score? Just asking. Could I be wrong? Tell me.
From the taxpayers' pockets. Well, Open the Books is the name of this government watchdog group. They dug into this. Their investigation revealed the money was distributed through the Office of Refugee Resettlement, a division within HHS. The office has come under fire in the past. Last year, as everyone may remember, an Inspector General report revealed they could not track the exact whereabouts of 32,000 unaccompanied migrant children. And still, this latest report notes the most funding went to programs for unaccompanied migrant children. Other programs include matching savings for cars and homes, small business loans, and help with credit scores. In 2021, according...
Small business loans? Small business loans. Yes, I'd like to open up a hair store. I think, with the fake horsehair, I'd have lots of Jasmine Crockett's coming in because she got lots of horsehair. Sure, we'll help you open. We're going to rent you a storefront and we'll give you the money so you can have a store. Wait a minute. So now you're creating entrepreneurs from these newcomers. Not that there's any Americans who might want to open a business. People who've been here for a while and say, my dream would be to open a barber shop. My dream would be to open up a cafe. Sorry, got nothing for you. Where are you from? Oh, Chicago. Sorry. You should have told me you were from Honduras. I could have helped you out. Mad? You mad yet?
To this watchdog report, they gave out more than $2 billion in grants. Check 2023 out. That soared to more than $10 billion. This was the same time we saw
$10 billion in 2023. $10 billion. $4 billion in 2024. 10, 12, 15, 19, 20, 21, 22 billion dollars out the door to newcomers. It just keeps getting worse. It's just another slap in the face to Americans. You're just not worthy. We've got all these things to manipulate these people to give them an advantage. Not even, Kamala kept saying, we all don't start from the same spot, but we need to do things so that they can catch up and be, equitable. And I'm thinking to myself, there's probably a lot of people in here who would love to get some of that so-called equity, because that equity that you're falsely giving to other people to put them ahead of Americans. I'd love to own 2 or 3 7-Elevens. Sure, give me a small business loan and let me, take over a 7-Eleven or 3. Sure, I'd love to have a couple McDonald's. Well, not now because RFK, so our McDonald's franchises may not be a business you want. Yeah, but give me a franchise. Give me the money for that franchise. But you're not working. Doesn't care. Y'all got it. And fix my number there so that, I can get the small business loan. Okay, Mr. Cunningham, here's your check for $1.4 million. And here's the keys to your store. Oh, we've been so screwed. We're so stupid. We work for a living. We work for a living and pay taxes. Oh, we're so stupid.
A record number of migrant encounters at the southern border, and in 2024, another 4 billion. Eligible groups for these migrants include from these grants, that is, include migrants from Cuba and Haiti, humanitarian parolees from Afghanistan and Ukraine, special immigrant visa holders from Afghanistan and Iraq, and unaccompanied minors. According to the report from Open the Book, the two nonprofits awarded the most funds were the International Rescue Committee and also the Church World Service.
At what point did the numbers just make you just go, I don't know. I don't know. At some point, the numbers just staggering. Absolutely staggering.
We have reached out to HHS and the ORR to respond to this report and to ask them to justify these billions of dollars from taxpayer money. As of this afternoon, we have not heard back from them, Harris.
What do you expect they're going to say? What exactly would you expect somebody like that to say? Well, hey, we had it, and when I produce these shows and I start putting together all the different things I find and stuff, I think to myself, this is just crazy, absolutely crazy. There seems to be just this never-ending cauldron of slime. And it's so upsetting. And the thing is, I hope you don't get so frustrated that your anger goes away. I hope you don't get so frustrated that you're like, you know what? I'm checking out. I'm done with this. Because that's what they're expecting. We are overwhelmed with fraud. Overwhelmed with these people stealing our money. And then telling us, hey, don't forget, April 15th right around the corner. Oh, screw you with your April 15th. Man, it's so bad. It is so bad. Not even an apology. Nothing. Not even acknowledgement. Oh, gosh. I don't know what to say. President Trump said he wants to teach our kids to love our country, and now that he's in the office and doing so much for us, it's the perfect time to teach kids everything they need to know about their new president and his mission to make America great again. That is why Mike Huckabee's team put together the Kids Guide to President Trump. And to celebrate President Trump's return to the White House, they're giving it away for free. This book is great because it features fun illustrations and content teaching kids all about President Trump's accomplishments and his goals for the second term. Mike Huckabee wants to send your family this free guide so that you can teach your kids the truth about President Trump. And when you order, you'll receive a free commemorative President Trump pin, but you must hurry because supplies are limited. Claim your free Kids Guide to President Trump for your kids right now. See offer details and order your free guide at kidstrumpguide.com. Just go ahead and click the QR code, or you can go to kidstrumpguide.com. Understand from talking to some people, just so it lets you know, there is a recurring charge. Just make sure if you don't want to keep a recurring charge, that you just uncheck that box and just let them know, I just want the free guide. But you have to make sure you do that, because some people have been emailing me, Barry, after I did that, they're looking to charge me $25 or whatever. I'm like, well, don't, just get the book. Thank you. No, thank you. Make sure you're not going to get charged for future stuff if you don't want to. Emily Lopez is like just big angry faces. Again, buy silver, no drama with other countries' crap. Yeah. It's crazy. Somebody needs to research funding. Possibly by Thursday, an influx of Kash Patel, that is. So tomorrow, they should be doing his cloture vote and all that. So if I can find out if they schedule it in time, I'll go live tomorrow and we'll talk about it. What's going to happen April 15th? Don't know. And I can't tell you not to pay your taxes. I am not going to go there. That's not something I should talk about. You're going to have to make your own decisions how you feel and make a personal. Pray about it. Number one, pray about it. Number two, understand what you're doing. Pray about it again, and then you personally decide what you want to do. This story popped up, and it's very interesting. Me having been in real estate, let me just tell you about this. Identity theft. So we have heard, before I get into it, we have heard that the Democrats are all about identity, and you're worried about Elon Musk and the Doge team, all about you, knowing your data and everything else. But they're doing nothing to stop real identity theft. It's incredibly obtuse to think that Elon's got all your social security numbers and access to your bank accounts, but there's nothing that he's done illegal, yet there's people doing stuff illegal, and you're not helping those people whatsoever. Identity theft scam, this is Mario, steals Louisiana woman's family land linked to international crime ring. Oh, Barry, it's getting late, so yes. Let me continue with this. The money, okay. A Louisiana woman discovered her family's 200-year-old property was stolen after scammers forged her identity, used a fake notary, and sold the land for $45,000 in cash without her even knowing it. This is from the New York Post. The money was traced to a Bronx bank account tied to a forged Sierra Leone passport, part of a nationwide real estate scam. Investigators say fraudsters target out-of-state owners. Experts warn property owners to monitor their title records or risk losing their land. And that's from the New York Post. Some of the comments here: why would a buyer who fell for a fake notary and sale get to keep the land? It's not the landowner's fault. They were tricked. That's just how it goes. The person who has the title, you own the property as far as the county is concerned. Another day, another taxpayer-funded bureaucracy failing to protect American property. A Louisiana woman's 200-year-old family land was stolen by a fake thing, exactly what Jeff Watch alerts Elaine to prevent. Houston saw similar fraud. So just so you know, if you own a property, and I've been in real estate a long time, so this is my wheelhouse. If you own a property, there is nobody, not in any city, state, or county government, who's watching to make sure that you aren't going to get ripped off. Scary. Any property, anywhere, can be subject to these nuts. And then good luck trying to get your property back. So I had done an interview with the guys at Home Title Lock. I want you to check this out. If it's not of interest to you, it's not a scam. People are like, oh, it's a scam. It's not a scam. You can do it yourself. I do it myself. Do you know how to do a title search? If you don't know how to do a title search, then yeah, you may want to, look at investing into a title record search company, because you'll never know. I could literally go down into the county if I knew your address and say, just forge your name on a one-page document, get it notarized by a fake notary, and I own your house. It literally is that easy. Some of you are like, there's no way possible. I'm like, hey, listen, man, somebody emailed me and said, Home Title Lock might be a scam. It's not a scam. Why? Because you're paying somebody to do the work for you? Then that means my landscape guy is a scammer. It means my guy who does my pool is a scammer. I could do both of those. Well, maybe I could. Robin would laugh at me. She'd love to see me pushing a lawnmower and weed whacking and stuff. I wouldn't be able to do it. But anyway, you know what I'm talking about. I could get out there and push a lawnmower in the hot Florida sun. That would be a lot of fun. Or I can pay a guy to come do my lawn. Does that mean that the guy and his people scam me? No. It means that out of convenience, they're doing something I don't want to do, or I can't do. I can't, go up and, what's the stuff, clean the leaves off the gutters. No, I'm not doing all that. I'll pay someone to do it. So that kind of stuff is happening, and it's happening a lot. Check this out. With everything going on in California right now, and in light of what also happened in Western North Carolina, I have a very interesting interview for you today. I'll be speaking with Matthew Cox. Matt has a very interesting backstory. I'll let Matt tell you specifically all about his storied past. Matt, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on.
All right, so tell me or tell everybody what exactly it is that you do. I see the lower third here says former home title thief. What exactly does that mean?
So it's what I did, not what I do. What I did at one point prior to going to prison was I did this for roughly close to 10 years. I would, the FBI calls it house stealing. It's bank fraud or title theft. And what I would do is there are many different versions of this, but essentially I would take someone's home and I would take the title out of their name and I would transfer it to another name of someone, let's say an associate or a synthetic identity or someone's identity that I had stolen, and then I would borrow money against that house. So let's say, or for example, I might rent a rental property from you, and then I could assume your name, and then I could satisfy the loans on the house, and I would borrow money against that home in your name. There's many different versions of this crime, but essentially what I was doing was I was transferring people's titles and placing them and removing the home out of the true homeowner's name into a separate person's name, typically, an associate or a synthetic identity, and then I would borrow against the house, or you could sell the house. There's lots of things that could be done. Wow. I did this for a significant amount of time, for a significant amount of money, pretty much all over the United States, in several different states.
So with the recent natural disasters in North Carolina and in California, could title theft be an issue as these houses are wiped out and who knows what kind of surveys and things they have to do? What do you think these people may be looking at in the future out there?
Well, I think, they've got lots of problems. They have to rebuild the houses, of course. They have to do a lot of rebuilding. But I think that public records in general is going to be chaos in California for quite a while. And that's the type of thing that someone like me looks for, as a chaotic situation. Any type of confusion that homeowners aren't going to be aware of what's happening with public records.
Right.
And so I could take advantage, someone like myself would take advantage of that situation. And, let's say, for example, let's say I were to transfer a property you owned, your title, into someone else's name, right. And I could then sell that property. I could put your property up for sale. And how would you have any way of knowing that had even occurred? You wouldn't. Not unless you'd been notified. So if you had some type of a company that notified you that this was going on, then you have a leg up. For instance, if you were signed up with Home Title Lock, they would notify you that, by the way, your property, which is still there, your title, which is still there, has been transferred to someone else's name. Was that you? And then they would be able to stop the process of that property being sold in some way, or correct the title transfer.
Wow.
But go ahead.
How easy is it for cyber thieves or someone like you to claim ownership of someone's property? I mean, people think, i.e., I'm stealing a house. Well, you're not going to pick up a house and walk away with it. Right. Just how easy is it for this to happen?
Listen, Barry, I take your house right now. Like, it's horrible. It's nobody is looking out for you. Like, you think to yourself, oh, that's just not possible. But the truth is, I could drive through any neighborhood, get the address to a home, go to public records, and create a fake I could create a fake warranty deed or a quitclaim deed, and then file it, and I could remove the house from your name and place it into any name I want. And there's just nothing you could really do to stop me. It's that simple. It's a one-page document with a notary stamp. I can order a notary stamp online. Anyone can.
Now, I'm here in Florida, and I know because I've been in real estate for 20, 25 years. Nobody ever I don't know about other states that you had been working in, but I do know nobody here checks it. As long as the document is formed correctly, is signed, and as you mentioned, notarized, the people at the county merely stamp it and then record it, and it's done. Is that commonplace around the country?
That's everywhere.
Wow.
That's everywhere. I want to say there's 3,500. Is it 35 or 3,600 counties, and all of the public records work the same. Keep in mind, this is public records, so all they do is record. They don't verify that your signature is correct. They don't even verify the notary. They don't make any phone calls. If the document appears to be correct, they record it, and that's it. And I've done this in Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Tennessee. I've done this in many states.
Wow. So once that scam per se is found out, number one, how do you find out if you're not watching? In terms of there's no really way to unless you're going through the public records once a week to see if the name's been changed. Is that the only way people can find out that their house title has been moved or taken?
I mean, pretty much. The only way is to constantly be vigilant and check your title, which people aren't going to do, or you get you sign up with a company that's going to monitor your title 24 hours a day. And I work with Home Title Lock. They have the most advanced system. That's who I suggest. And I don't just suggest. Listen, I don't just suggest them because they're constantly monitoring your title. And I'm not suggesting it because they have great notification. The big selling point for them is that if something happens and they notify you, that they will hire an attorney to correct the problem. So if your title was stolen to your house, I mean, you have to be a real estate attorney to be able to fix this type of thing. And if you're some guy that has you're a regular guy, and this crime happened to you, you're not in a position to fix it. You don't know the court system. You're not a real estate attorney. And then if you had to go out and hire a real estate attorney to fix this, it could cost tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars to correct this problem. And that's really, to me, is the great thing about Home Title Lock is they have a triple lock guarantee. They notify you, they help you with once something like this has happened, and they correct the fraud.
Wow.
That's the huge plus with them.
How long does it take? Once the scam has been found out, how long does it take? Because in addition to what you just said about how expensive it can be, this isn't something that happens overnight if you have to hire an attorney to quiet title and get it back in your name. So if you go with somebody like Home Title Lock, how long does it take for it to get fixed and back into your name?
I mean, that depends. So they would notify you immediately if you were signed up with Home Title Lock and there was any transfer of your title or satisfaction of any mortgages or anything filed on the title to your home. They would notify you immediately. If you were to say, hey, listen, this wasn't me. I didn't file a warranty deed. I didn't sell my house.
Right.
Then they would be able to start the process of hiring an attorney to correct any type of changes that were erroneous or fraudulent. That process, it can be short. It can be a few weeks. It can be 3 to 6 months. It's as long as the court process takes. But the important thing is you have an advocate on your side that's willing to correct it.
Right. So when you were doing your thing, is there anything other than Home Title Lock or anything like that would have prevented you from doing it doing what you did?
No, this Home Title Lock's a monitoring service like Home Title Lock is the only thing that would have stopped me. Wow. That would have absolutely been the only thing. That was the great thing about this crime from a fraud perspective, is that I was able to act in a way that undermined the system and allowed me to steal the titles, or steal the home or steal the title, borrow against it, and remove the money and be gone months before the homeowner is actually notified.
Right.
So it would be 3, 4, 5, could be up to 6 months before the homeowner is notified that their home has been transferred or that someone's borrowed money against it. And so the way they would typically get notified is they would get something in the mail that said, hey, Bank of America is foreclosing on your house.
Wow.
And that's when you find out. And it's been 6 months. I'm long gone with the money.
And people don't realize that can actually happen because everybody, having been in real estate, everybody involved in that chain from recording the title to putting a mortgage together to basically foreclosing if need be. Nobody along that line is really, looking at signatures and doing anything. If the documents all line up in a chain of title, you're done. Isn't that correct?
You know what's funny? You're the only person that's ever, and obviously it's because of your real estate background, you're the only person that's ever mentioned that. I've mentioned it once or twice where what's great about this crime from a fraud perspective is that everybody involved in it is just doing what they do on a normal day. They don't even think anything's happening. They don't realize that anything's wrong. The recorder's office records the documents. The loan officer takes the loans. The closing agents do the closings. The bank disperses the money. Like everybody involved. Even if I went out and got a real estate attorney to take me around to see the houses, which I'm sorry, a real estate agent would take me out to see the homes. He just thinks he's got another customer. He's just excited to help me buy a house. He doesn't realize he's helping me commit fraud.
Yeah.
But he's doing what he does on a daily basis. And that's what makes this crime so insidious, is that everyone is just doing what they do, not even realizing that they're helping someone commit a fraud.
And not only, and I want to interject this so people know this, it's not only that they're doing what they do, they're doing this depending on who they are and who they work for 15, 20, 50 times a day. And what I mean by that is you're buying a house. You may buy a house once, twice, maybe 3 times in your life. The people recording the deeds are doing this hundreds of times per day. The people who are doing title searches at attorney's office are doing this dozens times per day. The people doing a mortgage origination, they may be doing 5 or 6 loans per day. They don't have the time, and they are not paid to make sure that Mrs. Smith's house she's actually selling her house. If the documents all line up in what's called a chain of title, they're going to do the deal because they get paid on actually doing the deal. So the information that you're providing, Matt, I think people really need to understand it. Nobody's looking out for you. They're all getting their commission. They're all getting their deals done. Everybody in that chain is getting paid to do a job, and that job isn't to verify that the deal's on the up and up. And so what Matt's telling you is you are easy pickings for somebody. Like what Matt used to do. Isn't that true, Matt?
Absolutely. Everybody's incentivized for this to work out smoothly for someone like me. The only way to protect yourself is to have monitoring. And lots of people have monitoring on their titles. On their credit cards, right? Like every time I use my credit card, it notifies me that, bing, you just spent $12 at Starbucks.
Yep.
But almost nobody has monitoring on their home. It's ridiculous. I mean, that's the largest purchase of your life.
Yep.
And the great thing is if someone steals my credit card, I can call the credit card company and they'll reverse the charges. Who do you call if you find out you have a $300,000 mortgage on your house and Bank of America is foreclosing on you? Who do you call?
And good
luck.
How
do you even Right. I was going to say, how do you even prove to Bank of America it wasn't you? I've actually done this in the true homeowner's name multiple times. So now the homeowner's trying to say, I didn't do this. And they're like, yeah, right.
Well,
they just start to continue
more than
the
likely,
process.
they don't care. They put out money. They have an asset. They are going to try and recover that asset. Whether or not it was actually you, that's not their problem. All they're going to have to show the sheriff or the court or anybody else is, John Smith sold this property. We put a mortgage on it. We're here to collect. It's up to you.
Absolutely.
You have to show people, I didn't do it. So, Matt, I hope people really take and learn the incentive of protecting their title. I know this is a sponsored type interview, but to me, because I'm in real estate, I know this inherently. I've seen it over and over and over. And I know with what's happening out there in North Carolina and in California, this can become a serious problem. But just don't think it's because people are going through disasters. As people become more and more desperate, you are going to see people try to, basically take advantage of people. And so if you can get a free title history report and a 30-day free trial of triple lock protection today by going to HomeTitleLock.com and using the promo code Barry, or just click on the link in the description. That's HomeTitleLock.com, promo code Barry. HomeTitleLock.com, promo code Barry. Matt, thanks for taking the time to do this interview and to educate people as to the dangers of having your property unprotected.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so just want to let you know, yes, that was a promoted, sponsored interview, but the reason why I included it, was specifically because I saw this post with Mario Narwhal put up as I just read it. And Mario is a very, very, very good source, and also he sourced it with the New York Post. So it is a big thing. Is it for you? I'm not saying it's for you. I'm saying it's happening. People are getting desperate, and this is where a way for you to protect yourself. Having been in real estate for quite some time, 30 years, I've seen it all. I know exactly what the scammers are doing. I know how the scammers are doing it. I had a few questions here. This is what's most important to me talking to you. My home is paid for and I have the title to it. Am I still at risk? You're most at risk. You're like, what do you mean? Why am I most at risk? Because you don't have a mortgage. There's no one who's going to notify you. You're sitting on equity. You are a prime person for this to happen. You see, you've got a house that's free and clear, that you worked and paid off, and the mortgage is gone. And so I can see that. Susan, I don't know where you live, but if I knew where you live, I could look at your county records, pull up your address. I can actually see your title. I can actually see the mortgage document that you had satisfied. I can see your signature. All of that is online. Sometimes you can even see someone's social security number with the mortgage that they took out. It's all there. You think I'm wrong? Go into your own county property appraiser's website and put your address in and see what shows up. And you're going to go, oh, crap. Yep, here's your mortgage. Oh, here's your lien. Oh, you didn't pay for your homeowners association. Oh, here's the lien they put on it. Oh, here's when you paid it off. Oh, you had to do some construction. Here's the, all that stuff is there. And in it is your signature and your sometimes your social security number, which I really don't need. So I got your signature. I can hit download and print that document. I now have your signature. That simple. What good is a notary if someone could just steal it by fraud? They're no good. The notary is just to say that this is Joe's signature. Joe's signature could have been signed by somebody who's not Joe, and the notary is just hitting a button and putting a seal on it. But then you can create your own notary for like $39 online. You can create a notary online, get your stamp, and put it on a document. It's scary. Barry, ask him what happens if your home is in a trust. Doesn't matter. If your home is in a trust, you probably have a beneficiary in that trust. You probably have a trustee. The deed is in the trustee's name. So your name is Crittenden. It may be in the Crittenden Family Trust. And you've named, Fred Smith as your trustee. And Fred Smith is the name on the deed. So, again, I download the deed. Not me. You can download the deed. You can see Fred Smith's signature. And you just sign it over to somebody else. It literally is that simple. You don't need a title lock for your car, just as you don't need a title lock for your home. You have a title and say, no, the guy doesn't have the title because I never sold my house. Wrong. You wouldn't know. Unless, like I and some other people, I know JJ, he's an attorney, every 30 days or so, you can do it yourself. You don't need home title lock. No, like I said, I don't need a landscaper. I could do it myself. It's convenient because that way you don't forget. Otherwise, you set yourself a notification, and every month or every couple weeks, you go ahead and check your title. So you don't need it, but don't think you don't need it because it'll never happen. That's foolish thinking there. Pistol Pete, this guy is so misleading. Remember, he's an admitted thief. There's a guy, he's on Fox all the time. And he's on Fox, and he's what's his name? The guy who is the Wolf of Wall Street. Remember that movie? He went to jail for pumping, dumping stocks, and now he talks to people. He went to the FBI, and he started telling people how people were doing how they're doing the stock scams. And then the other guy that Leonardo DiCaprio played with the pilot, and he did all things, and so oftentimes the people who did this crap are the ones who tell the FBI, well, to get a lighter sentence, let me show you what I did. So that's just going to say that. What about small towns where we all know each other? What about it? Your deed isn't online with your county. Your deed has nothing to do with your neighbors. Your neighbors would never know. Go out of town for a month and come back and find somebody else in your house, and they say, I own it. Look, I own it. Let's see what here. Hi, Beth. How are you? Beth, tell you, I've been in the mortgage industry for over 25 years. This happens all the time. That's the only reason why I decided to basically hook up with these guys and do a full interview, because I knew people would be like, Barry, you're just trying to... I'm like, no, this is also needed. Be careful, especially down here in South Florida. Oh, my God. Ugh. We got so many old people who own houses. So many people who are here half the year and gone half the year. Imagine that. Somebody, April or May, they take off and they go up north and their house is empty. And you're a bad guy and you're driving around and you're seeing, the hurricane shutters are closed. Oh, this house is empty. And I come back in a week or so and it's still empty. I know they're up north. Easy pickings. Let's see here. It's pretty pathetic that the criminal caused so many people so much pain becomes a spokesman for the company. To me, that's kind of sometimes the best kind. Your title can be locked up in a safe and they can still make a new title and you lose the property. They do not need to have the actual title on hand. They can make a fake one online. Yep. Yep. Barry, I don't think Matthew should be walking through the steps of how to steal someone's mortgage. I can tell you, let's see, down here in South Florida, just in South Florida, Broward, Dayton, Palm Beach, there are probably, Beth, you can correct me, there's probably 35,000 real estate agents. There are probably just as many mortgage brokers. So you're talking probably 100,000 plus people just in the real estate business of South Florida. What he just said, what you just heard, is not news to any of us. Any real estate agent, if they decided they were going to go into the dark side, could do that tomorrow. Any real estate agent. Any mortgage broker, they decide they want to go in the dark side, it can be done tomorrow. So it's not like he's breaking news. It's just letting you know. Banks say you are still responsible for the loan. Yeah, that's the other thing. You still owe the bank does. People don't realize a mortgage and a title are two different documents and they're not the same. They have nothing to do with each other. This one means I owe you money and you gave me a mortgage to secure the collateral, the house's collateral. But if you no longer own it, then, the mortgage, you still owe the money. Because then what happens, they'll file a satisfaction of mortgage, and in that period of time, they'll go ahead and get a new loan, and the loan will be like, let's say the house is worth $300,000. They're not going to file for some huge loan, which is going to take a long time. They'll say, listen, I own this property, and here's a satisfaction of the mortgage, which shows I don't owe anything, and I just need a $50,000 loan to get me by. And anybody is going to give you a $50,000 loan on a $300,000 house. You can just fog a mirror and get that loan. The problem is you better have a good title company and a very, very good lawyer who's looking at those documents. Otherwise, yeah, they can take it. Asking what if the bank is holding the title? Could it still be stolen? Yes, the title is it's just a piece of paper. It literally is. If you bought a house, you realize you probably spent half an hour signing mortgage documents, but you spent about 30 seconds signing a title. In fact, you don't even get the title. See, the title is a conveyance from the seller, and it usually has a warranty deed. I convey this title to Fred Smith. You don't sign a title. You sign a mortgage. So all I need to know is your name, and I can put you down on the next deed as selling it to me. Not me, but you understand what I'm saying. What if your home is in a trust? I think I just answered that earlier. So Jeremiah must be in a mortgage business. What's called notice to quiet title. That means, hey, listen, we found this. Now we got to go ahead and fix this so we can put it back in your name. And that can take up to 6 months. Yeah, so in that period of time, oh, Wheelam said it happened to her. Wow. Why should I have to pay someone to protect my home? You shouldn't. If you're proficient on a computer and you're willing to check every couple of weeks, you don't need to pay anybody. You just keep an eye out in terms of, put it this way, you don't need anyone to protect your home. You can do it. You can keep scanning every couple of weeks to make sure. But even then, you're not going to see it until it's already done. So they're going to file the document, and they're off. They're off to the races. Let's see here. A couple more questions. Will putting your property in irrevocable trust protect theft? Nope. Barry, there's no due diligence in real estate records. Beth can tell you in here, the due diligence on a real estate record, somebody will go ahead and do what's called a title search. And oftentimes you can go back to the time the house was built, and you can follow the chain of what's called the chain of title, and you can start seeing all the transactions and transfers on a home back and forth. And oftentimes there'll be a document missing. And then you got to wait and say, hey, listen, we need to go back to 1988 and find out what happened here. Because it may go from husband to husband and wife, but they didn't file the correct documents, and so you have to go way back and check all that stuff out. What if you have title insurance through a title company? If you have title insurance, what they're doing is telling the mortgage company that they've insured the property. However, the new owner won't have title insurance. See, you have title insurance, but if the new owner, puts the quitclaim deed in their name, or even a warranty deed in their name, they don't need title insurance. Property's gone. Now, it may help you in terms of paying off the mortgage or getting it back into your name, but it doesn't stop them from doing their dastardly deeds. Who's doing the notary? These guys will just make up notaries online. Yep, identity theft is at epic level and getting worse. This guy's lucky to be around and not alligator bait. True that. True. Per Kale says she has it. It's not expensive, or she wouldn't have it. I have. Kathy says she has it, and it's great. What else we got here? Villain says, I thought they could put in a legal way to hold your property in a value request payment type of way, a lien, L-I-E-N. He's talking, yeah, but they won't try that. If there's a lien on a property, it's very hard to transfer because you can't get new money on it because the liens will show up in a title search. If I have the title already, how can somebody trump my title? Just by making a new one. I mean, it literally is that easy. Just by making a new one. A title is a one-page document, quitclaim or warranty deed. Heretofore, wheretofore, I'm selling this property to John Smith for $5, $10. They'll put it for consideration, and it's got a stamp and a signature. That's it. The notary. And you're done. And you're done. But thanks for sitting through that. I appreciate it. And now let me just tell you about this. I mean, it's 11:43. You guys have been around for a while here tonight. Thank you very much. Again, if you want to go to our X group, go ahead and go to fanfareshop.org/group, and you can join our X group for free. In addition, we're going to give away 3 hoodies so you guys can get to bed. Go to enter to win. Don't go enter to win. Go to fanfareshop.org, and you could enter to win there. If you guys, somebody had put in the chat that they had to no, you don't have to re-enter. If you've entered already, you're fine. Let's see here. We'll go ahead and give away some hoodies. Okay, hold on one second. And then we can all go to bed. All right, here we go. All right, so let's see. The first winner is Roger Gowdy. Roger Gowdy, you have won a free hoodie. Amira, I see Amira all the time. I actually know who that woman is. Amira Roach has just won a free hoodie. Hey, wow, Amira, thank you for entering. Sometimes you recognize the names just from people chatting. Diane Heckman, you have won a free hoodie. That's 3. We're going to go 5 tonight. We're going to go 5 since I redid the page. And Ashley Jackson, not to be confused with my Ashley. Ashley Jackson. And one more. Let's see what we got. Howard James Sexton. All right, those 5 people have won free hoodies. Congratulations. Thanks for playing. All right, so let me go ahead and do this and quickly go through the super chats. All right, Jeremiah Kerr. I quitclaim deeded part of my property to my trusted family. It creates an undivided interest and creates a clouded title, invisible protective shield. Boom. Boom. Now you're going to get a lot of people asking, how do I do that, Jeremiah? Boom. Very good. Very, very good. Wow, that's savvy. Tanet Fortune, we should demand for a system to protect us from growing fraud in the real estate sector. This is absurd. Yeah, I mean, it's amazing that they're not doing anything about that kind of fraud. Rhinoceros Bear, you're still alive. Thoughts that Doge mapped Danny Casalarus. I don't know what that means. I don't know what you mean. Jennifer Nunn, but thank you. Jennifer Nunn, is it better to have your home in a corporation? It's better to have your home in a corporation. I prefer property in trust LLCs for liability reasons. Jennifer Dunn-Barry, can you please do a video on title search on the rest of us? Okay. Your text is repeating for some reason, but I can do that. I'll put it in the X group. Barry, I'm a Canadian and still love what you do. Happy Trump is finding the swamp rats. Also, Canada versus, so they're going to rematch. Canada versus United States. That should be interesting. Villain, big ball buster. If the value of the dollar is no longer gold, I guess it's GDP, but GDP is our product, so yes, we are the value of the dollar. Concur. Robert Husbands, what if you have your title in a safe? So? It doesn't stop the new guy from getting a title. Literally, he can just print one on his computer. Claire Butterfield, Barry, President Trump needs you as an advisor or cabinet member. I'd love to. Claire, Claire, you said it twice. I'm not sure if that was by accident. Hey, Donna, how are you? It feels great to be an American living in the most influential, strong, and free country in the world, but we have Democrats in our society. I want it to get to a point where people don't want to admit that they are Democrat. Sandra Mass, remember Pelosi said, vote to find out what's in the bill. She was talking about herself. She didn't write it, didn't read it, took the money. I remember when she said that. I was like, what a stupid thing to say. Dave the Patriot, Springfield, 30,000 Haitians confirmed, 13,000 food, 13,000 cash per month from a store checker. Wow. Wow. That's insane. Stephen Anderson, head of Social Security, just resigned as per Doge. Wow. Wow. When did that come out? Let me see if I can find that real quick. Wow. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy that the head... They're just falling on the sword. Good for them. Let me see if I can find it. Don't see it here. Maybe it was earlier. Don't see it. Otherwise, I would show it to you guys. Villain again. Do I need to check the foreigners box for the credit small business loan? Yeah, I guess so, because we don't get it. We have to fill out paper in triplicate and sign away our lives, but they can get it, and we can't. Crazy. Barry Villain, I'm not sure if I told you, but I have people in Denver and Ireland following you. Thank you for bringing us your views. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Raven Kirkendall, they can use the shelters and money for citizens. Yeah, help people who need the help at this point. See here. Jake Davis, thank you. Thanks for your contribution to our country, Barry. Thank you. Thank you very much. Jeremiah Kerr, what happened? Oh, the Congress and Senate didn't read their own rights. Must have been too busy stealing our taxpayer money. Yeah. KRO, DJT is a thoroughbred racing with donkeys. They can't keep up. Yeah, he's stomping them. I can't wait to see what these negotiations look like. What if Doge only found 800 bucks? I'm going to have Kevin Demerit from Lear Capital on Thursday. That's going to be very informative. Again, that's one of my sponsors, but that's got some current news that we need definitely to talk about. Toby, Barry, who do you think can who do they think can sneak the gold back in? Good question. Good question. Oh, wow. Here was something. According to Grok, standard gold bars at Fort Knox are 27 pounds each. That's 440 ounces at $3,000 per ounce. That's $1.32 million per bar. What? That's a lot. That's a lot. Oh my goodness. Can you imagine? I don't know. Tim McMurray, the makings of one hell of a movie franchise. Yeah. Hey, Neo, thank you. Barry tried to join Patriot, not seeing on X. Sorry. Join where? Tell me where you're trying to join. Send me a text. Rick Allen, thank you very much. Toy, hello Toy. Yep, they stole it and made a movie, Die Hard 2, Barry. I was wondering, I'm telling you, watch that movie. And with what you know now, hey Nicholas, Barry Kennedy had us on the gold standard and Nixon took us off. Thus the mess we are dealing with right now. Elon and Trump know everything. I firmly believe that. I really, really firmly believe that completely. Why is my mouse messing up on me? Might need a new battery. Gail Stare, I say Euro aid to all American taxpayers. Exactly. Robert Husband, what is the statute of limitation for theft? Don't know. Depends on the theft and the amount. Jeff Agar, Trump wants to take us back to the gold standard. We should. KRO, DJT can revalue our dollar to reduce inflation. Vance Bridges, I meant one world government, what's coming. That's biblical. I hope we can stave it off, man. I really hope we can push that away, because that would be evil personified, in my opinion. Too much going on. Michael Anderson, 8,000 gold bars, seems to be worth 3.8 billion. D-Lad, EU's mouth writing checks they can't cash. That's for sure. Hey, Bill, and again. Barry dropping another hit piece. Show us how the corrupt players keep in the dark. Thank God for Trump. Thank you very much. It's all coming out. It's I don't know who's going to go to jail or if they're going to go to jail, but they can't stop it from coming out. That's for sure. Sandra J.G. Thompson, I thought the United States Corporation had gold in the Bank of London and the Vatican. The corporation must have robbed it from the triad. Good point. Man. Papa G95, this is what a true American president looks like. Yep, we're definitely seeing it. Bank of, Jeanette says Bank of England, Rothschilds. Yeah, you called it there. Raheel Merchant, JD will be number 48. He has the world by the nuts. Yeah, these nuts. I think I need to change my battery. That's what I need to do. Richard Walters, thank you very much. Sandra JG, the Vatican has the rest of the gold. And they're the ones, were the first ones to tell us how we're supposed to live. Vance Bridges, thank you. Karen C4, they can't defend the indefensible. I completely agree. Robert Husband, demonic evil maniacs, organized corruption, ruling taxpayers. Definitely demonic. They didn't have anything good in mind for us. That's how we will get Greenland. Okay, I'm down with that. Demon of Cybertron. In all of history, Europe has always started worldwide conflicts, including World War I and World War II. They always talk the talk, but never walk the walk. And again, they expect us to come in and clean up their mess. That's the biggest problem. All the time. Same thing with France. And I love those countries. Barry, thank you for all you do, keeping us informed. Sorry to keep you guys up so late. Jeremiah Kerr, when the left is in control and things are going their way, they highlight their ideology. It's when they are spitting down the toilet, out of control and losing. Yep. Can you please come protect us? Barry, the boss, needs to tell all these people the candy store is closed. Oh, I'm sure he's told them that. Claire Butterfield, thank you very much. Zelensky is a poor excuse of a human being. Man, this guy came from nowhere in his little tiny country, and he became a great dictator. Hey, I messaged you on the other platform, just a heads up. My first name is Dalton. By the way, great stories lately. Thank you very much. Robert Esteban Marino, the Stasi are alive and well. Yes, they are. Just make sure I'm clicking the right page here. All right. Waylon Jennings. Not that Waylon Jennings, but Waylon Jennings nonetheless. USAID just purchased 100,000 cans of gold spray paint. I hear you. Mary Kellum just bought the knife with gold coins. Thank you. Jean Lee. Barry, can you help? My husband wants a Trump watch. I don't know where to go. Let me look that up tomorrow. See where they're selling those. Mirror Wolf, getting rid of woke textbooks and new math. Yeah, that's crazy. We need to get these kids counting and reading again. Tim McMurray, pure evil is being exposed. Real life is not a movie. I agree. Freedom Reign, Barry Glenbeck said that a ton of gold is being purchased, a ton, so much it could become a shortage for you and I. He thinks the Federal Reserve is purchasing it. Somebody is. He's not lying. Somebody is definitely purchasing all that gold. Cajun Scully, we still have pitchforks and torches. Miss Avi, Norman Eisen should be investigated. Heard that Soros got U.S. aid. Norman Eisen, who Miss Avi is mentioning here, he is the one who has been basically in charge of all of the lawfare against Trump. He's a Class A scumbag. No other word for him. Let's see here. Tim McMurray, investigation, arrests, charges, arraignment, preliminary hearing trail, sentencing, and victim restitution. But we're the victims. And how do we get our restitution? And Tahare Garakani, state king, like there happens in my native country, Iran. If people ask any questions, they will punish them. Yeah, it's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Hey, Captain Danny Barrow. End of rants. I must have another rant coming someplace. Ernest Spencer, that 360-year-old, was on to Santa Maria as Biden told him to come out over and vote Democrat and get all kinds of free goodies. He's on to Santa Maria. Oh, it's too funny. 4.7 trillion is only going to be about 10% of what Doge finds out about. A lot of this money went to dumb UFO. Oh yeah, just can you imagine how much? No, we can't. We can't even imagine. We can't even fathom how much they stole for us. While I'm doing this, you guys leave me some new chats and let me know if you want me to turn on the after chat, but I can't believe you want to be up. It's already midnight. I just got to finish this up, but if you want me to turn that on, let me know. Greta Grochi, is Europe becoming like the early Christian catacomb churches under the Roman Empire? Yeah, they are. Tim, thank you again. I'm not sure most Americans grasp the magnitude of what we are seeing, hearing, and experiencing in real time. I completely agree with you. It is very, very hard for us to even see all this insanity that is happening at this point and understand what it represents and for how long. Gregory Robsonovich, thank you very much. That's against me. It's like, how long has it been going on? CR, and they want to pay in $600 for taxes. I can't wait to see how many people throw the tea off the boat come April. Carmen Flores, by the time all the media lawsuits are done, we may just get out of debt. $50 billion to CBS. Karen C. Ford, just wait until they audit Fort Knox. Yeah, it's going to be scary. Gonna be scary. I'm almost done. Almost done, guys. I have to thank people. It's the right thing to do. Tina Clark, we appreciate you and your family. Thank you very much. If I miss somebody, I'm sorry. I'm trying to go through this as quick as possible. I am Planet Hermit. Those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it. Santayana. I was wondering who was credited with that. Foom Drummer, did the Biden administration jail an American for posting a meme? Yep, he sure did. He sure did. That's where they were going to go. That was going to happen here. That's for sure. They were going to do it here. Let's see. I think I'm almost done. Yep, almost. That German from Niall Dimitri, that German leader is acting like a Nazi. Yeah, he spoke like one too. Stephen Rhodes, good evening, Barry. I always enjoy listening to the best Trump song I've heard. Thank you. Thank you very much. From AE, thank you. Vishu, the Munich Security Commissioner logo looks like a listening ear. It does. It looks pretty weird. I am Planet Hermit. God is everywhere, so you can pray anywhere. Say that again. Jenny Cook, I sent you an email about a new sponsor. I hope it helps. Thanks for all you do. Jenny, thank you very much. I think I have to check. I think that Ashley may have gotten that, but I will definitely check that out. Thank you very, very much. Dave B, cheers, go Cash. Yep, I'm gonna get some sleep tonight and wake up, and hopefully we'll have well, he won't be confirmed tomorrow. It would be going to closing closure. Timothy Summers, thank you very much. Mega Man, just think, if we get Greenland, we'll have Canada surrounded. Yeah, they won't be able to fight. Villain, again, I thought you went to bed, bro. Reparations for all Americans are in order if the Social Security payments are facts. All those people, 300 years old. Yeah, good luck with that. Rock and roll Glemmy. I took basic training at Fort Knox. No gold there. How long ago was that? Oh, man. Wow. Mike, okay, here's something interesting. Mike McCarthy says, I went to my state records, did a search on my home, all is well report, and also showed former owners cost me $16. Yep. See, it's cheaper to have someone else do it. That's what I'm saying. But a lot of people don't like that idea. Rock and roll Glemmy, you are the man. Thank you very much. I think I am at the end right now. Barry, could you please have Sean Taylor on your show? If he would come, Ashley can probably try to hook up with him. That's for sure. I'd love to have Sean Taylor on. So we'll look into it. So it looks like there's still 7,500 people on right now. I'll go ahead and put the chat on in case some of you late nighters just want to hang out and talk to each other. That's fine. As you know, it goes for like 30 minutes, and if you guys want to hang, you can hang. I'm going to bed because I got to get up early in the morning. Thank you all for watching tonight. 3.5 hours. I didn't expect to be 3. I talk too damn much. My wife tells me. I said, honey, I'll see you in an hour and a half. She goes, yeah, right. And she's off to bed. All right, love you guys. Thank you for tuning in. Thanks for indulging the interview about home title lock. And I'm sure there'll be a whole bunch of Doge stuff tomorrow again. Talk to you guys tomorrow. I'm not sure what time yet.